the society. This is the only reality I have. It's the world as it is today. And the ultimate reality that man has invented has absolutely no relationship whatsoever with the reality of this world. So as long as you are seeking, searching, wanting to understand that reality which you call ultimate reality, or call it by whatever name you like, so long it will not be possible for you to come to terms with the reality of the world exactly the way it is. And so anything you do to escape from the reality of this world will make it difficult for you to live in harmony with the things around you. So we have an idea of harmony. So how to live at peace with yourself. That's an idea. But already there is an extraordinary peace that is there. So what makes it difficult for you to live at peace with yourself is the creation of what you call peace, which is totally unrelated to the harmonious functioning of this world. So you see, when you free yourself from the burden of reaching out there to grasp, to experience, and to be in that reality, then you find it that it is more difficult to understand the reality of anything. You have no way of experiencing the reality of anything. So at least you are not living in a world of illusions. You accept that there is nothing that you can do to experience the reality of anything, except the reality that is imposed on us by the society. So we have to accept the reality as it is imposed on us by the society, because it is very essential for us to function in this world intelligently and sanely. So if we don't accept that reality, we are lost. So we end up in the loony bin. So we have to accept the reality as it is imposed on us by culture, by society, or whatever you want to call it. And at the same time, understand there is nothing that you can do to experience the reality of anything. I don't know. So then you cannot be in conflict with the society. And also the demand to be something other than what you are also comes to an end. You see, it is the goal that you have placed before yourself, rather the goal which you have accepted as the ideal goal to be reached, is not there. The demand to be something other than what you are also is not there. It's not a question of accepting it, but it is the pursuit of those goals which the culture has placed before us and we have accepted as the desirable ones is not there anymore. So the demand to reach that goal also is not there anymore. So you are what you are. See, the movement in the direction of becoming something other than what you are isn't there anymore. So you are not in conflict with yourself. See, first. So if you are not in conflict with yourself, you cannot be conflicting with the society around you. So you are not at peace with yourself. So it's not possible for you to be at peace with others. Even then there is no guarantee that your neighbors will be peaceful. See, you are not concerned with that. You see, you are at peace with yourself, and the consequences of which are really difficult to face. Then you become a threat to the society as it functions today, you see. So you become a threat to your neighbors also, because they have accepted the reality of the world as real, and they are pursuing some funny thing called peace. And so you will become a threat to their existence as they know it and as they experience it. So you are all alone. Not the aloneness that people want to avoid. You are all alone. It's not, you see, the ultimate reality that one is interested in, you see, are the techniques and systems and methods that he is using to achieve whatever the goal is, you know. But, you know, the running of the motor are there. Not the teachings of the gurus, not the teachings of the holy men, not the techniques, you see, umpteen number of them you have, which will give you the energy which you are seeking. But that one, you see, that movement is not there, is the thing that will set in motion and release the energy that is there. It doesn't have to be, you see, the holy man's teaching. It doesn't have to be any techniques that man has invented. Because there is no friction there. You really don't know what it is. So the movement there and the movement here is one. See, there is energy there. You know? So that you say it's a mechanical energy, but this is also a mechanical energy. This is also a machine. The human machine is no different from the machine out there. Both of them are in one unison. So whatever energy is there, the same energy is in operation here. So any other energy you experience through the practice of any techniques is a frictional energy. That energy is created by the friction of thought. The demand to experience that energy is the one that is responsible for the energy you experience. But this energy is something which cannot be experienced at all. This is just an expression of life, a manifestation of life. You don't have to do a thing. Anything you do to experience that is preventing the possibility of that energy that is already there, which is the expression of life, which is the manifestation of life, to function there. But it has no value in terms of the values we give to whatever we are doing. See, the techniques of meditation, yoga and all that. I am not against any one of those things. Please don't get me wrong, but they are not the means to achieve, you see, the goal that you have placed before yourself. So the goal itself is false. You know, if the suppleness of the body is the goal you have before you, probably the techniques of yoga will certainly help you to keep the body supple. You see, but that is not the instrument, you see, to reach the goal of enlightenment or transformation or whatever you want to call it. Or even the techniques of meditation. All those are self-centered activities. They are all self-perpetuating mechanisms which you use. So the object of your search for the ultimate reality is defeated by all these techniques, because these techniques are self-perpetuating instruments which you are using. And then you will suddenly realize, or it dawns on you, that the very search for the ultimate reality is also a self-perpetuating mechanism. So there is nothing to reach, nothing to gain, nothing to attain. So as long as you are doing something to attain whatever your goal is, so long this is a self-perpetuating mechanism. When I use the word self-perpetuating mechanism, I don't mean that there is a self or an entity, but it has this self-perpetuating mechanism. I have to use the word self because there is no other word. The self-starter you have in the car, the self-igniting things, like that, So it perpetuates itself. That is all that it is interested in. So anything you want to achieve is a self-centered activity. Now, when I use the word self-centered activity, you always translate it in terms of something that should be avoided, because selflessness is the goal before you. As long as you are doing something to be selfless, so long you are a self-centered individual. So when this movement in the direction of wanting to be a selfless man is not there, then there is no self, there is no self-centered activity. So it is the techniques which you are using, the systems and methods which you are using to reach your goal of selflessness is itself, you see, a self-centered activity. So when once the demand is not there anymore, but unfortunately the society has placed before us, or culture or whatever you want to call it, as is a perfect goal, you see, the ideal goal, that's the goal of everybody, because a selfless man will be, you see, a great asset to the society, and the society is interested only in continuity, in status quo. So all those values which we have accepted as values that one should cultivate are invented by, you see, the human mind to keep itself going. You see. So the goal is the one that is making it possible for you to continue this way, but you are not getting anywhere. The hope that one day through some miracle or through the help of somebody, you will be able to reach the goal. So it is the hope that keeps you going, but actually and factually you are not getting anywhere. You will realize somewhere along the line, whatever you are doing to reach your goal is not leading you anywhere. But then you see, you want to try this, that and the other. But if you try one, you see, all the other systems are exactly the same. But this has to be very, very clear, you see. In whatever pursuit you are indulging in, if I may use that word. And somewhere along the line it has to dawn on you that it is not leading you anywhere. So as long as you want something, so long you will do that thing. So that want has to be very, very clear. What do you want? That is why I all the time ask you the question, what do you want? I want to be at peace with myself. So that is an impossible goal for you, because everything you are doing to be at peace with yourself is the one that is destroying the peace that is already there. You have set in motion the movement of thought, which is destroying the peace that is there. You see, I don't know if it is clear to you. I know it's not very clear. It's very difficult to understand that all that you are doing is the impediment, is the one that is disturbing the harmony, the peace that is already there. Any movement in any direction on any level is a very destructive factor for the smooth functioning and the peaceful functioning of this living organism, which is not at all interested in your spiritual experiences. There is no interest in any one of those spiritual experiences, however extraordinary they may be. And once you have one spiritual experience, there is bound to be a demand for more and more of the same, and ultimately you will want to be in that permanent state. There is no such thing as permanent happiness, permanent bliss at all. I can say that probably you think that there is, because all those books talk of the eternal bliss, permanent bliss, you see, permanent happiness. And you know jolly well that, you see, it is not leading you anywhere. So the mechanism that is involved, the instrument that you are using is the one that keeps you going, because it does not know of anything else. It has come into being through so many years of hard work, effort and will. That itself is effort, that itself is will. You are wanting to be in a state of effortlessness through the use of effort is not going to succeed. So forget about the effortless state. It doesn't exist at all. So if you want to be in an effortless state through effort, how the hell are you going to achieve that goal? You forget that everything you are doing, any movement that is there, any want that is there, for whatever reason you want to be in an effortless state, is effort. So you cannot achieve the goal of effortlessness. Effortlessness is something which cannot be achieved through effort. So is there anything that you can do to stop the effort? Even that also is an effort. It's really a maddening thing. Thank God you have not pushed yourself really, see, into that corner. Then you see, you will really go crazy. You are frightened of that. That is impossible. You have to see that everything you are doing to be in that effortless state, for whatever reason you want to be in there, is effort. Even wanting not to use effort also is effort. The will, the effort, the total absence of will and the total absence of effort of all and every kind may be called an effortless state, but that effortless state is not something that you can achieve through effort, or not at all possible. I don't know if you have ever understood, you see, the meaninglessness of what you are doing. You can change the techniques, you can change the teachers, but basically and essentially, the very teaching that you are using to reach your goal is the obstacle. It doesn't matter what teacher you follow. If you question the teaching, unfortunately, you have to question the teacher himself, you see. So therein comes this sentiment. So something is wrong with me. One day I am going to understand. So if it is not possible for you to understand today, you are not going to understand at all. So the understanding is the demand, the absence of the demand for understanding. Either now or tomorrow. Now there is no understanding necessary. The understanding is only for the purpose of understanding something tomorrow, not today. Today you don't have to understand a thing at all. It may sound funny to you, but that's the way it is. So what do you want to understand? You can't understand me at all. I've been talking, I don't know, for 20 days. I can go on you are not going to understand anything. It's not that it is difficult, it is so simple. The complex structure that is involved is the very thing that does not accept the simplicity of it. So that is really the problem. It can't be that simple. Because that structure is so complex that it doesn't want even to consider the possibility that it could be so simple. So you are going to understand tomorrow, not today. So tomorrow it's the same story, and then after 10 years it's the same story. So what do you do about this situation? We all have been through that, actually and literally. Either you flip or fly, the chances of flipping are really good if you push yourself to that, yourself into the corner. You are not going to do that. So what do you want to understand? I am not saying anything profound in. I have been repeating the same thing day after day. So it's not something that the thought is manufactured in here. You see, it's not a thought manufactured or logically a certain premise that I am putting across to you. Basically, it sounds very contradictory to you. See, what actually I am doing, if you don't understand, you see what I am doing, is that I make a statement, and the second statement is negating the first statement. Sometimes you see some contradictions in what I am saying. Actually, they are not contradictions. So this statement does not express what I am trying to express. So the second statement is negating the first statement. And the third statement is negating the first two statements. Fourth statement is negating the previous three statements. Not with the idea of arriving at any goal. Not with the idea of communicating anything to you. There is nothing to be communicated. Only this series of negations, not with the idea of arriving at any goal. The goal is understanding, So you want to understand, you see. There is nothing to understand here. See, every time you make some sense out of it. So I'm trying to point out that's not it. It is not the doctrine of Neti. In India they evolved this negative approach. But the so-called negative approach is a positive approach, because still they are interested in reaching the goal. So they have failed through their positive approaches. They have invented what is called the negative approach. Not this, not this, not this. The unknown cannot be reached, you see, or cannot be experienced through positive approach. So they have failed. So then you see, this so-called negative approach is not really a negative approach, because the goal is still a positive goal of knowing the unknown, for example, you see, or wanting to experience something which cannot be experienced. So this movement, you see, which has adopted a negative approach, is still interested in the positive goal. So of knowing the unknown, experiencing something which cannot be experienced. It's only a trick. That's all it is, playing with itself. As long as the goal is a positive goal, no matter what the goal is, so long any approach, whether it is called positive or negative, is not a negative approach, it's a positive approach. It's alright to play games with you. It's interesting. But there is no such thing as the beyond, no such thing as the unknown. If you accept that there is such a thing as the unknown, you will do something or the other to know the known. Your interest is to know. So this movement is not going to stop as long as it is interested in experiencing something that cannot be experienced. So that means that there is still something which cannot be experienced. So there is no such thing as the unknown at all. So how can you say that there is no such thing as the unknown? How can you make such a dogmatic assertion? You will find out as long as you are pursuing the unknown, so long this movement is in operation. There is something that you can do. So that gives you the hope. Maybe one day you will stumble into this to experience the unknown. How can, if there is any unknown, ever become part of the known? Not a chance. Even assuming for a moment that this movement, which is demanding to know the unknown, is not there, what is there you will never know. You have no way of knowing that at all. No way of capturing that and experiencing that or giving expression. So to talk of that bliss, the eternal bliss, love and all that is romantic poetry, because you have no way of capturing that and containing it and giving expression to it. So this dawns on you that this is not the movement, this is not the instrument that can help you to understand anything, and there is no other instrument. So then there is nothing to understand. I don't know what to talk. You help me. You see, if you translate what I am saying in terms of your values, in terms of ethical codes of conduct, you are really missing the point. It's not that I am against the moral codes of conduct. You see, they have a social value. You understand? So, for the smooth functioning of the societies, they were essential. But you will have to have some code of conduct for functioning in this world intelligently. See? Otherwise, there will be utter chaos in this world. So, that is essential. That's a social problem. It is not an ethical problem. It's not a religious problem at all. So, you have to separate the two things. We are living in different world today. See, not because they are bad, but because they are unsuitable to the present occasion. So we have to find out some other way of keeping ourselves in harmony with the world around us. But as long as you are in conflict within yourself, so long it is not possible for you to be in harmony with the society around you. So you are yourself responsible for that. I'm afraid if you translate these statements that I am making within the framework of your religious thinking, you are really missing the point. It has nothing to do with it at all. I'm not suggesting that you should change yourself into something other than what you are. It is just not possible. I am not trying to free you from anything. So I don't think there is any purpose in this talking. But in the light of the description, maybe you will realize that the image you have, whatever you are after, has no relationship whatsoever. So you can brush aside my description and say it is nonsense. That's your privilege. But maybe, see, it will occur to you that the image you have of your goal or image of what you are going to be one day, through all the effort and will which you are using, has absolutely no relationship whatsoever with what I am describing. This is not really what you are interested in. I was telling you the other day, I wish I could give you just a glimpse of it, see. Not glimpse in the sense in which you use the word glimpse. A touch of it is, you wouldn't want to touch this at all. And what you want, what you are interested in, doesn't exist. You can have a lot of petty experiences. If that is what you are interested in, you do all the meditations, do everything you want. See, you will have lots of them. It's a lot easier to experience those things by taking drugs. I'm not recommending drugs. They are the same. Exactly the same. And the doctors say that will damage the brain. Something, this will also damage the brain if it is done very seriously, some of those things. That's why they have all gone crazy. Jumped into the river and killed themselves. They did all kinds of things. Locked themselves up in caves because they couldn't face it. So, you see, it's not possible for you to watch your thoughts. It's not possible for you to watch every step you take. You see, to drive you, you can't walk. That's not what is meant by this idea that you should be aware of everything. Watch your thought. How is it possible for you to watch every thought of yours? And for what you want to watch your thoughts? What for? Control. It's not possible for you to control. It is a tremendous momentum, you see. When you succeed in your imagination that you have controlled your thoughts and experience some space between two thoughts or some state of thoughtless state or whatever you want to call it, you feel that you are getting somewhere. That is a thought-induced state of thoughtless state. See, that's a thought-induced space between two thoughts. The fact that you experience those states, space between two thoughts and thoughtless state, means that the thought was very, very, very much there. So it surfaces afterwards. Like the river Rhone, flows through France. Somewhere, it disappears and then comes up again. So it has gone underground. That does not mean that the river is not there. It is still there. You can't use it for purposes of navigation, but ultimately it comes up again and reaches the ocean. In exactly the same way, to all these things you are pushing it down to the subterranean regions and feel that you are experiencing something extraordinary, but it surfaces. And then you find that you see those thoughts are welling up inside of you. Anything you are not aware that you are breathing now. You don't have to be conscious of your breathing. What for do you want to be conscious of your breathing? To control your breathing. Expand your lungs, do what you like, you see your chest, that's a different matter. But why do you want to be aware, you see, of the movement of breath from the origin to the end, whatever is it. Then you suddenly become, you see, conscious of your breathing. So, your breath and thought are very closely related. That's why you want to control your breath. And that in a way is controlling the thought for a while. But if you hold your breath for long, you see, it's going to choke you to death in exactly the same way. Anything you do to hold it, block the flow of thoughts, is going to choke you to death, literally to death. So, or it will damage something. It's a very powerful vibration. Thought is after all a vibration. What is thought? Extraordinary vibration. It is like an atom. So you can't play with those things at all. Except the petty experiences you have when you manipulate those things. For what purpose? You are not going to reach your goal of completely controlling your thought. It has to function in its own way, in its disconnected, disjointed way. That is something which cannot be brought about through any effort of yours. It has to fall into its normal rhythm. So even if you want to make it fall into the normal rhythm, you are adding momentum to that. So that has a life of its own. It has unfortunately established a parallel life with the movement of life. These two are always in conflict. So that will come to an end only when that body becomes, you see, as I was saying yesterday, the thought has become the master of this body. You see, it's not has totally mastered the whole thing. It is still trying to control everything that is there. So you cannot put the servant out of the household, no matter what you do. If you forcibly do it, he will burn the whole household, and then only, knowing very well that he will also be burned. It's a foolish thing for it, but that's what it's going to do, if you try. But don't push these similes to the logical conclusions. But you'll find out for yourself when you do these things, not just take them lightly. Take them lightly and play with them. That's all right. Choice.
Just float along. No.
You mustn't be afraid
Nothing to pursue, just float.
Even that floating is not a voluntary thing on your part. You don't have to do a thing. You are not separate from that. That's all that I'm emphasizing. You cannot separate yourself from the thought and say these are my thoughts. That is the illusion you have. And so you cannot be without any illusion. You will always replace one illusion with another illusion. Always.
And you accept that as well. And I accept that as well for myself.
You accept that you are always replacing one illusion with another illusion. So your wanting to be free from illusion is an impossibility. That itself is an illusion. So what do you want to be free from illusions? That's the end of you. You see. Now it's not that I'm frightening you, I'm just pointing out that it is not just, you see, a light-hearted game to play. So that is you. You, as you know yourself, that knowledge you have of yourself is not there anymore. It can't be anymore there. So when it is not there, the knowledge you have about the world also is not there anymore. It can't be there anymore. So it is not going to come to an end that easy, and that it will always be replaced by another illusion. So you don't want to be a normal person, you don't want to be an ordinary person. That is really the problem. It's the most difficult thing is to be an ordinary person. And culture demands that, you see, you must be something other than what you are. That has set in momentum is this tremendous, powerful movement of thought which demands that you should be something other than what you are. That's all that is there. You use it to achieve something, otherwise it has no use. The only use you have for the thought is to feed this body. Without thought you cannot, you won't. That is why thought is there, and to reproduce one like this. That's all the use you have for the thought. It has no other use at all. It's not cannot be used to speculate. You see, you can build tremendous philosophical structure of thought, but it has no value at all. You can interpret it. See. Any event in your life, the events around you, and build up another philosophical structure of thought. But that's not intended for that. But at the same time, don't forget, rather, that everything you see you have around you is the creation of thought. You are yourself is born out of that thought. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here at all. So, in that sense, you see, it has a tremendous value. But yet, that is the very thing that will destroy you. That's the paradox about it. Everything that you have created in this world has become possible through the help of that thought. But unfortunately, that very thing has become the enemy of man. So you are using that for purposes for which it is not interested in solving the living problems. It can be used for solving the technical problems very well and efficiently, but that is something which cannot be used to solve the problems of life. So positive thinking, positive living, very interesting, you see, You can't be always positive. How can you be positive? So anything that is not suggestive of positive thing, you call it negative. But the positive and negative is only in the field of your thinking. When the thought is not there, it is neither positive nor negative. So as I was saying, there is no such thing as a negative approach at all. It's a gimmick. To use another simile, you see, I'm telling you, stand on your own. You can walk, you can swim, you are not going to sink. That's all that I can say. As long as there is a fear, so long the danger of your sinking there is almost certain. Otherwise, you see, there is a buoyancy there in the water that keeps you afloat. The fear of sinking is the very thing that makes it impossible for you to let the movement move in its own ways. It has no direction. It's just a movement. It has no direction. You're all the time trying to manipulate and channel that along a particular direction so that you can have some benefits of it. It's just a movement without a direction.
Actually, we are rather fond of thinking as a man, as a human being. And I'm wondering if it is what you said about it is just useful for recreation, mankind, and for obtaining food. If we had no thoughts, we shouldn't continue to be, and we shouldn't eat. But why this rather funny animal is thinking all the time? Why, and just building all those thoughts and not just...
If you give, say, I will ask you the question. You tell me, Not why do you think, that's not the question. When do you think? I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
When do you think?
As far as I know, all the time.
All the time. And for what is responsible for your thinking, you see? No, I think you haven't yet answered my question.
Like
when do you think? When you want something, you think. It's very clear to me.
Not at all.
Of course. Yes. You don't even know that you are thinking. So do you know that you are thinking now? It's an automatic thing.
It's an automatic
It's an automatic thing.
That's
You don't
right.
even know that you are thinking. And so why this sudden interest in wanting to find out why you are thinking? I don't even know that I'm talking. You don't even know that you are talking. You know? When you ask your question, you say, then you say, am I thinking? You say yes. You would say yes. That yes also is an automatic thing.
Well, I don't care if it's automatic or not. A lot of automatic.
The whole thing is an automatic one.
But
whatever is put in there, when you are stimulated, comes out. You see, to use the jargon of a computer language, the input has to be there. You understand? So this has been going on and on and on and on. So when there is a stimulation, it comes out. You see. So if it is not there, you see, it stops. So that's the reason why you go on, you see, acquiring this knowledge, feeding it all the time. It's in computer. Since after all, you say an automatic thing that is there. So what do you know? You know a lot. You see. You have gathered all this from various sources and filling it up. Most of it is not necessary. So you know a lot, and you want to know more and more and more to use it. Of course, there is no such thing as knowledge for the sake of knowledge. It gives me a power. It gives you power. There is no such thing as knowledge for the sake of knowledge. It gives me a power. It gives you powers. Knowledge is powers. You know, I know, you don't know. So that gives you power. You may not even be conscious of that. You see, your knowing more than the other gives you a power. So in that sense, knowledge is power. And to acquire more and more knowledge, other than the knowledge that is essential for the survival of the living organism, is to acquire more and more power over others. Except the technical knowledge that you need is to make a living. That is understandable. That's all. I have to learn, you see, a technique. Otherwise I can't, the society is not going to feed unless I give something in return. And what they want, they know. See, you have to give what they want, not what you have to give. See, what have you to give? You have nothing to give, you see, anyway. So, otherwise what value has this knowledge for you? To know more about this is something which you really do not know. But anyway, we are all the time talking about thought and thinking. And if somebody asks you a question, which I am asking you a question, what is thought? Have you ever looked at thought? Let alone controlling thought, let alone manipulating thought, let alone using the thought or achieving something, material or otherwise. You cannot look at your thought, because you can't separate yourself from thought and look at it. The illusion that you have is, the knowledge you have about thought is all that is there. There is no thought independent or apart from the knowledge you have about those thoughts, the definitions you have. So if somebody asks the question, what is thought? Any answer you have is the answer that is put in there, the answers that others have given. And you have, by combinations and permutations of those ideations and meditations about thoughts, created your own thoughts, which you call your own. So just like, you see, mixing up, you see, different colors, you create, I don't know how many thousands of pastel colors we have. Basically, all of them can be reduced to only 7 colors that you find in the nature. So even the 7 colors you see, they are not actually 7. Anyway, I don't want to go into that whole color scheme in nature and all. So, what you think you see is yours is the combination and permutation of all those thoughts, just the way you have created hundreds and hundreds of pastel colors. You have created your own ideas. That is what you call thinking. So, but when you want to look at thought, what is there is only what all you know about thought. I don't know. Otherwise you can't look at thought. There is no thought other than what is there, what you know about thought. This is all that I am saying. So when that is understood, you see the meaninglessness of the whole business of wanting to look at thought comes to an end. Because it's not possible. What is there is only what you know, the definitions given by others. And out of those definitions, if you are very intelligent and clever enough, create your own definitions. That's all. So it is like any other object you have around you. There are so many objects, So, when you look at it, you see the knowledge you have about that comes into your head. So there is an illusion that the thought is something different. So it is you that create the object. The object may be there, but the knowledge you have about that object is all that you know. Apart from that knowledge and independent of that knowledge, free from that knowledge, you have no way of knowing anything about it. You have no way of directly experiencing anything. We started with that. When I use the word directly, it does not mean that there is any other way of experiencing it. That's a wrong word. Directly implies that there is some other way of experiencing things directly, other than the way you are experiencing things. So the knowledge you have about it is all that is there, and that is what you are experiencing. Really you don't know what it is. In exactly the same way, when you want to know something about thought, experience thought, it is the same process that is in operation. There is no inside and outside. What is there is only the operation, the flow of the knowledge. So you cannot actually separate yourself from thought and look at it. So when once such a question is thrown at you, what should happen is that giving all the answers is no meaning, because all that is acquired in thought. So that movement stops. So there is no need for you to answer the question. There is no need for you to know anything about it. So all that you know comes to a halt. Not literally, so it has no momentum anymore. It slows down. So then it dawns upon you the meaninglessness of trying to answer that question, because it has really no answer at all. The answers that others have given are there. So you have nothing to say on that thing called thought, because what all you can say is what you have gathered from other sources, and so you have no answer of your own.
But even then, we can have a conversation.
All right.
Apart from the question of if it is meaningful or
All
meaningless,
right, yes.
There is something like, you say, walls and things and people around here, and what we know about this, what we see about it, we know about it only what we know. That's what we.
Yes. But that is not what that person is.
No.
So you don't know actually anything about that person or the thing, except you see what you are projecting on that object or the individual, the knowledge you have about it. See, and this knowledge is the experience. It goes on and on. That's all. So what that really is, you have no way of knowing.
No, that is what I do understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And when we are speaking about reality, we can speak about those knowledge about it and call this knowledge reality, and we can speak about that which the knowledge is put on.
What for? Then it becomes, you see, a classroom discussion or the discussion in debating societies, each one trying to show that he knows more, a lot more than the other, and arriving at some what do you get out of it? It's each one trying to prove that he knows more than you do, win you over to his point of view.
What I'm trying to ask is there any chance, what I did understand about you talking is there is no method, but is there any chance of getting out of this knowledge of reality to reality? Is there?
If you are lucky enough, it's only luck, to get out of this trap of the knowledge, the question of reality is not there anymore. Because the question is thrown out by this knowledge, which is still interested in finding out the reality of things and to experience for yourself directly what the reality is all about. So when this is not there, the question is also not there. So there is no need for finding out any answer. Because this question which you are posing yourself and also putting it to me is born out of the assumption that there is a reality. And that assumption is born out of this knowledge you have of and about the reality. So when this is not there, the knowledge is not there. The knowledge is the answer you already have. Which is why you are asking the question. The question automatically goes. So what is necessary is not to find out the answer for the question, but understand that the question which you are asking, posing yourself and putting it to somebody is born out of the answer you already have, which is the knowledge. So, the question and answer format, if we indulge in for long, becomes a meaningless ritual. See? Question and answer business. But if you are really interested in finding out the reality, this has to dawn on you that your very questioning mechanism is born out of the answers that you already have. Otherwise there can't be any questions. Because it's an assumption on your part that there is reality. First of all, and then that there is something that you can do to experience the reality. Without the knowledge gives you the experience of reality. That is for sure. So, if this is not there, is there any other way of experiencing the reality? You are asking the question. The question goes with the answer. And so there is no need to ask questions and there is no need to answer. I'm not trying to be clever, I'm just spotlighting what is involved in the question and answer business. I'm not actually answering any of your questions. Just pointing out, you cannot have any questions. What you have is the answers.
Yeah, I do understand, and even then I would like to continue
Alright.
the game.
Alright, game, fine. Maybe you are good at the game, I am not. Anyway, we'll see what we can do.
Even though, you know, our preoccupation with knowledge about it, about anything, you are talking about reality to us and about accepting reality.
As it is.
As it is.
As it is imposed on us by our culture for purposes of intelligent, sane functioning in this world. And yet, realizing that it has no other value other than the functional value. Otherwise we will be in trouble, you see. If you don't call this microphone and decide to call that, a monkey tomorrow, we will all relearn. And call that every time we look at it, red or black monkey instead of a microphone. So that's all. So, it's very simple. For purposes of communication.
I wonder what would happen if you do.
What?
All that the land and that is. Because a lot of our philosophies and ideas and all
the whole discussion is about that.
are also linked with it. So
that's all for hours and hours.
So you mix that up.
No, it's interesting to build a philosophical structure. That's why we have so many philosophers, so many philosophies in this world. I'm ready. It will be one man's game, you see.
Accepting. As far as I did understand till now, there's only one possibility to strive after accepting. For every strive without acceptance is just something like you're running your head
Yes,
through a wall.
see, don't you see the contradiction in those terms? If you accept, where is the need for striving? If you finish, that comes to an end. If you accept something, you cannot talk of striving there at all. You have acceptance. You believe. You believe in something. You accept it as an act of faith. And that's the end of it. So, you can't say, if you question that, that means you have not accepted it. You are not sure of it.
Maybe I can give you a very simple example. I had to accept my job as being just a legal officer. Before I could strive to
acquire the knowledge that is necessary
yes,
to get the job. So you see, you had to struggle, put a lot of effort, to acquire the necessary legal knowledge to get this job. That's understood. So that is the only way. There is no other way. And you are applying that technique to achieve, you see, the so-called spiritual goals. This is the difference that I'm pointing out. Even as a legal officer, you know that, you see, as a lawyer, suppose. What do they do is in the courts? You see, you have always to rely upon the precedents, you see, the previous judgments. Both the lawyers quote the previous judgments and argue it out. See, and the judge either accepts yours or the other fellow's and gives the decision either in favor of your client or the other client. Alright. So then there is a higher court. You go to the higher court, you see, high court. There the same. And you go to the Supreme Court. There finally the judge decides this is it. See. So you can disagree with the judgment. The client can do everything possible to reject it and refuse to accept. But he has a way of enforcing the judgment through force. If it is a civil case, civil suit, you will lose what you are claiming for. If it is a criminal thing, you will end up, you see, in the prison, punished. So ultimately, that's the man who decides who is telling the lie, who is telling the truth. Arbitrary, it is arbitrary finally. So it is very essential for you to be conversant, you see, with the whole structure of law, and then you see, I don't want to go into the lie anyway. I'm just pointing out that it is very essential to know the legal side of it, you see, and acquire the legal knowledge to get your job. The more efficient you are, the better are your chances. The cleverer you are, the better are your prospects. That is understood. So you have to put struggle and use effort, use your will, and then you have arrived at a point. There is always more and more peace. But That is all that instrument which you are using to achieve your spiritual goals. This is all that I am pointing out. That cannot conceive of the possibility of understanding anything except, see, in time. It takes time. It has taken so many years for you to be where you are today. And you are still striving and struggling to reach a higher plateau and higher and higher and higher. You see, the hierarchy is there. So that instrument which you are using cannot conceive of the possibility of understanding anything without effort, without striving, without using will. Cannot conceive of the possibility. But the issues that you have to deal in life are the living issues. That is where, you see, this has not helped us to solve the problems. Temporarily, you can find some solution, but that creates another problem, it goes on and on and on. So that is something which cannot be used to tackle, you see, the live issues. These are all live issues, living problems. Demand, you see, the instrument which is not dead. So the instrument which we are using in other areas is a dead instrument. So that cannot be used to understand anything living. That's all that I am saying. So you cannot but think in terms of striving, effort, time. One day you are going to reach the spiritual goal, just the way you have succeeded or still trying to succeed the goal which you have placed before you.
But do you try to say that there is some knowledge which solves the real problem of life?
No, not at all. That cannot help you to understand or solve the living problems. Because there are no problems there at all. See, we have only the solutions. You are interested only in solutions, and those solutions have not solved your problem. So you are trying to find different kind of solutions, but the situation will remain exactly the same. But there is somehow the hope that maybe you will find the solution to solve your problems. So your problem is not the problem, but the solution. So the solution is gone, there is no problem there. So you are not ready to accept that that is not the solution. If there is a solution, the problem shouldn't be there anymore. This is what I am emphasizing, the answers given by others, the wise men. The questions shouldn't be there at all. So they are obviously not the answers. If they were the answers, the questions wouldn't be there. So why don't you question the answers? If you question the answers, you question those who have given the answers. So you take it for granted that they are all wise men. They are all spiritually superior to us all. They know what they are talking about. They don't know exactly. Why are you asking these questions? If I may ask you that counter question. Why are you asking these questions? Where do these questions come from, first of all? Where do they originate in you? I want to hammer this point, to make you see very clearly the absurdity of asking these questions. It is very essential to ask questions to learn the technical know-how, of certain things. So there, you see, somebody is there to help you. If something is wrong with the television, there is always somebody who can help you out with the technical know-how, and how to set it right if something goes wrong. That is understood. I'm not talking about that at all. But the questions which you are asking are of a different kind. So where do you think these questions take their birth? How do they formulate themselves in you? They are all mechanical questions. See, what I am trying to emphasize all the time is that it is essential for you to understand how mechanical the whole thing is. There is nobody who is asking the questions there. There is no questioner who is asking the questions there. So there is an illusion that there is a questioner who is formulating these questions and throwing these questions at somebody and expecting somebody to answer your questions. So the answers that you get really are not the answers, because the questions persist there. In spite of the answers you think that the other chap is giving you, but the question is still there. So this answer which you think is the answer, satisfactory or otherwise, is really not the answer. If it were so, the question should go once and for all. Because all the questions are the variations of the same question. So what I'm trying to say is that you already have the answer there. And all these questions are the questions that are not interested in getting any answers. So the answer, if there is any to the question, should destroy the answer you already have. So there is no questioner there. So if the answer goes along with the question, the questioner, non-existing questioner there also has to go. You see, I don't know, I can make myself clear. So, do you have any question which you can call your own? If you can come out with a question which you can call your own, a question that has never been asked before, then there is a meaning, in talking things over. Then you don't have to sit and ask anybody those questions, because such questions don't exist at all. A question which you can call your own, a question that has never been asked before. So all the answers are there for those questions. You see? So probably you don't realize that the questions which you are asking are born out of the answers you already have. So they are not your answers at all. The answers have been put in there. So why are you asking these questions? Why are you not satisfied with the answers that are already there? That is my question. Why? If you are satisfied, yes, it's all right. You say, I don't want any answers. But still, the question is there. Inside of you, whether you go and ask somebody or expect an answer from some wise man, it is still there. Why is it there? What happens if the question comes to an end? You come to an end. You are nothing but the answers. That's all that I'm saying. How can you understand, the illusion that there is no questioner who is asking the questions, but the answer that is there is in great jeopardy. That is why it does not want any answer. The answer is the end of that answer you have, which is not yours. So what the hell if it is gone? Anyway, the answers you have are already dead. You see, the answers have been given by dead persons. Anybody who repeats those answers is a dead person. A living person cannot give any answer to those questions. But any answer that you get from anybody is a dead answer, and because the question is a dead question. That's the reason why I'm not giving any answer to you at all. So you are living in a world of dead ideas. All the thoughts are dead. They are not living. You cannot invest them with life. That's what you are trying to do all the time. You invest them with emotions, but they are not living things. So that can never touch anything living. The problems you think you have are the living problems, So the solutions that you have are not adequate enough, to handle the living problems. They are good enough, to discuss in a classroom or in some sort of a ritual, question and answer ritual, repeating, the same old dead, ideas. But those things can never touch anything living there. The living thing will burn out the whole thing completely and totally. So you are not going to touch anything living at any time. You are not looking at anything. You are not in contact with anything living as long as you use your thoughts to understand and experience anything. See, when that is not there, there is no need for you to understand and experience anything. So anything you experience only gathers momentum, adds to that. See, that's all. So there is nothing that you can call your own. So I have no questions of any kind. How come you have so many questions? I'm not giving any answers. So this I have to repeat day after day, day after day. This is the same point, hammer it out. Whether you understand it or not is of no importance to me. What exactly do people mean when they talk of consciousness? There is no such thing as unconsciousness. You see a person unconscious, and the medical technology can find out the reason why a particular individual is unconscious. You see. So the individual who is unconscious has no way of knowing that he is unconscious. Alright. So when he comes out of that unconscious state, he becomes conscious. So do you think you are conscious now? Do you think you are awake? Do you think you are alive? So it is your thinking that makes you feel that you are alive, that you are conscious. See, so that is possible only when the knowledge you have about the things is in operation there. You have no way of finding out whether you are alive or dead. So in that sense, there is no death at all, because you are not alive, now. So you become conscious of things only when the knowledge is in operation. When the knowledge is absent, whether the person is dead or alive is no importance to this movement of thought, which comes to an end before what we call the death takes place. So it really doesn't matter whether one is alive or dead. Of course, it does matter to one who considers that is very important and those who are involved with that individual. But you have no way of finding out whether you are alive or dead, whether you are conscious or not. You become conscious only through the help of thought. But unfortunately, it is there all the time. So the suggestion that it is not possible to experience anything makes no sense to you at all because you have no reference point there when this movement is absent. So when this movement is absent, all those questions about consciousness the questions are not there. That's what I mean by saying that the questions are absent. So how can you bring about a change, you see, in consciousness which has no limits, which has no boundaries, which has no frontiers, you see, so that they can try and spend millions and millions and millions of dollars and do every kind of research to find out the seat of human consciousness. So there is no such thing as the seat of human consciousness at all. You can try and they are going to spend billions of dollars to find out, but the chances of their succeeding in that is impossible, well nigh impossible. They say it is possible, all right, you see. So there is no such thing as a seat, you see, located in any particular individual. What is there is the thought, you know. Whenever the thought takes its birth there, so you have created an entity, you see, or a point, and in reference with that point, you are experiencing things. So when the thought is not there, is it possible for you to experience anything or relate anything to a non-existing thing here? So every time the thought is born, you are born. The thought in its very nature is a short-lived. And when once, you see, it is gone, that's the end of it, you see. So that is what probably people meant when they use this births and death and birth and death and birth. It is not that this particular entity which is non-existing even while you are living takes a series of births. So the ending of births and deaths is the state that they are talking about. But that state cannot be described in terms of bliss, beatitude, love, compassion and all that kind of a thing. See? So that becomes a poetic nonsense, romantic stuff if you use those words. Because you have no way of experiencing what is there in between these two thoughts. So the world you experience around you is also from that point of view. You see? So there must be a point, and it is this point that creates the space, you know. So if this point is not there, there is no space. So anything you experience from this point is an illusion, not that the world is an illusion. You know, all these Vedantins and philosophers in India, particularly the students of Shankara, indulge in such a frivolous, absolute nonsense. It says the world is not an illusion, but anything you experience in relationship with this point, which itself is illusory, is bound to be an illusion. That's all. But not that the world is an illusion. So when they use the word Maya, see, they did not mean the illusion in the sense in which, you see, the English word is used. You see, Maya means to measure. The Sanskrit word means to measure. So you cannot measure anything unless you have a point. So if the center is absent, there is no circumference at all. That is a pure and simple basic arithmetic. You see, so this point has no continuity. This point comes into being in response to the demands of the situation. The demands of the situation creates this point. You see, the subject does not at all exist there. It is the object that creates the subject. It runs counter to the whole philosophical thinking of man in India. So this subject comes and goes and comes and goes in response to the things that are happening there. So it is the object that creates the subject and not the subject that creates the object. This is a simple physiological phenomenon which can be tested. There is an object there, for example. There is no subject here, So what creates the subject is the object. There is light. If the light is not there, you have no way of looking at anything, So the light falls on that, and the reflection of that light activates the optic nerves here. And that in its turn activates the memory cells. So when once the memory cells are activated, all the knowledge you have about it comes into operation. So it is that thing that is happening there has created this subject, which is the knowledge you have about that. The word microphone is the I. There is nothing there other than the word microphone. So when you reduce it to that, you feel the absurdity of talking about the self, the lower self, the higher self, and knowing, self-knowing. Self-knowledge is knowing from moment to moment is absolute rubbish, balderdash. You can indulge in such absolute nonsense and build up philosophical theories, but there is no subject there at all at any time. It's not the subject that creates the object. So not only the I, but all the physical sensations are involved with this. It's the sound, So the olfactory nerves, the smell, and the sense of touch, any one of these sensations in operation necessarily have to bring the subject. It's not one continuous subject who is gathering all these experiences and piling them up together, adding them up together and says, this is me, but everything is a discontinuous, disconnected one. The sound is one, physical seeing is one, the smelling is one. Unfortunately, man, they say, has developed 4,000 nuances, these olfactory nerves, which are worthless for purposes of survival of the living organism. So the sense of touch means the vibration of the sound creates, the subject there. So it comes and goes, comes and goes, comes and goes. There is no permanent entity there at all. What is there is only what you call I, is only a first person singular pronoun. Nothing else. That if you don't want to use that I to prove that you are a man without I, it's your privilege. That's all that is there. So there is no permanent entity there at all. So while you are living, the knowledge that is there does not belong to you. So why are you concerned about as to what will happen after what you call you is gone? So the physical body is functioning from moment to moment, because that's the way the sensory perceptions are. That's the way they are. So to talk of living from moment to moment, by creating a thought-induced state of mind has no meaning to me. So talking of living from moment to moment has no meaning, except in terms of the physical functioning of the body. And so that is in any case functioning from moment to moment. So when the thought is not there all the time, what is happening there is living from moment to moment. It's all frames, Millions and millions and millions of frames are there, to put it in the language of the film. So there is no continuity there, there is no movement there. The thought can never capture the movement. It's only when you invest the thought with emotion, you try to capture the movement, but actually the thought can never capture any movement that is there around you. The movement of life is the movement of life out there and here. They are together always. So the thought is essential only for the survival of this living organism. When it is necessary, it is there. When it is not necessary, the question whether it is there or not is of no importance at all. So you cannot talk of that state in poetic, romantic language. If there is one, you see, won't be hiding somewhere, you see. Will be there, shining. Like the star. Can't keep such people under the bushel. To be an individual is not an easy thing, you see. That means you are very ordinary. It is very difficult to be ordinary, you know. You want to be something other than what you are. To be yourself is very easy. You don't have to do a thing. No effort is necessary. You don't have to exercise will. You don't have to do anything to be yourself. But to be something other than what you are, you have to do a lot of things.
As soon as I feel something coming up like that, I'm scared to death.
Yes, that prevented the possibility of the physical body going through the process of actual physical dying. The body has to go through it. Because every thought that everybody felt before you, every experience that everybody experienced before you, every feeling that everybody felt before you, all that is part of your being. So you can't come into your own unless the whole thing is completely and totally flushed out, if I may use that word, out of your system. See, that is something which you cannot do or make it happen with any effort or volition of yours. So when the time comes, you see, you may not have asked for it, you see. You may not have asked for it. You would never ask for the end of you as you know yourself, as you experience yourself. Sometimes it does happen, you see. So the fear of something coming to an end, the fear of what you know, as yourself and as you experience yourself, prevented the possibility of the whole thing snapping out there. You see, and you are lucky enough, you see, that would have happened and the whole thing would have fallen into its natural rhythm, which is discontinuous and disconnected. So that is the way, see, the thought functions. There is no continuity of thought. And the only way it can maintain its continuity is through the constant demand for experiencing the same thing over and over and over again. So what is there is the knowledge you have about yourself and about the world around you. And the world around you is not quite different from the world you have created for yourself inside of you. I want to give a talk. So, what you are frightened of is not you, but that movement of thought is frightened of is the continuity coming to an end. So, it is interested in finding out, or it projects, you see, always the fear, you see.
When I
You
was
know?
two, I also drowned.
Yes,
And I couldn't get there.
yes.
So, I think that's an excuse.
True, but
But
you see, it's not an easy thing, you know, to go through that. It's a tremendous effort on your part to prevent the whole of thing being sucked into something like a vacuum cleaner, you know. You see, the whole of your energy, everything that is there is drawn into something like, this is sucking everything that is there into this sort of vacuum cleaner. See, that's a very frightening situation. So the fear is its protective mechanism. The fear is the protective mechanism.
I see.
So the physical fear is altogether different. The physical fear is very simple. See, the physical fear is there only for the survival of the living organism. So you have, through your thinking and experiences, built on the foundation of the physical fear, which is essential for survival, what you call is a psychological fear. You know, the fear of what you know coming to an end. So the body knows that, you see, it is immortal. I very deliberately use the word immortal because nothing there comes to an end. So the way it is put together, when what you call clinical death takes place, it breaks itself into its constituent elements. That's all that happens. You see. So it may not reconstitute again and create, you see, the body, which you think is yours, and at the same time, see, when once it breaks itself into its constituent elements, it provides the basis for the continuity of life. So it may not be of any consolation or great feeling of happiness to the individual who is dying, but this becomes, you see, the food for the millions and millions of bacteria. You know that? So even assuming for a moment that you resort to the cremation, as they do in some countries, the carbon, which is the resultant of the burnt body, provides, you see, the basis for something coming out of the earth, you know, some tiny little flower coming out of the earth where, you see, you dump all this, the ashes. So nothing here is lost. So when there is actually a physical danger, the danger of the extinction of your physical body, which you think is yours, then everything that it has at its resources throws into that situation and tries to survive at that particular moment. I don't know if you have ever noticed, when there is a real physical danger, your thinking mechanism is never there to help you. Never there. So you can plan ahead, you see, for every possible situation, and be prepared to meet every kind of a situation in your life, but actually when there is a physical danger, all your planning and all your all that you have thought about, you see, to be prepared to meet every kind of a danger in every kind of a situation, it is just not there. So it has to fall back on its own resources. So if for some reason it cannot renew itself and survive in that particular situation, it goes merrily and gracefully. So it knows nothing is lost. So this living organism is not interested in the continuity in terms of years. So this is functioning from moment to moment. You see, so all these the religious people who are trying to interpret the religious texts in terms of living from moment to moment is a thought-induced state of mind. You see, so the sensory perceptions function from moment to moment. There is no continuity of your physical seeing. There is no continuity of your physical hearing. There is no continuity of your smelling. There is no continuity when you eat something. There is no continuity in the sensory thing called the sense of touch. See, they are all disconnected and disjointed. But the thought, in its interest to maintain itself and to continue without any interruption, demands these experiences all the time. See, that is the only way it can maintain its continuity. So the body functions in a completely different way, and it is not interested in the activity of the thought. The only thought that is necessary for this body is the thought that it has to use for the survival of the living organism. Even if you do not feed this body, it is not concerned about it. So it has certain resources which you have built up through years of your eating. It falls back and lives on it. When that is finished, it goes. So for a day or two, probably you feel the hunger tantrums. At the same time, you regularly eat. But the body is not really concerned whether you feed the body or not feed the body. So at the same time, it is foolish and perverse not to feed the body, hoping that you will attain some spiritual goals. That's what they do in India. They put the body through all kinds of stresses and strains, torture, because they feel that through this endurance, they will be able to achieve whatever their spiritual goals may be. So you see, there is nothing that you can do to make that happen through any will of yours, through any effort of yours, through any volition of yours. So that is the reason why I always maintain that if this kind of a thing happens, it is not something mysterious. It is the thought falling into its natural rhythm of discontinuous and disconnected function. That's all. That's all that is there. So then thought is in harmony with the sensory perceptions, the activity of the senses. So there is no conflict there. There is no struggle there. There is no pain there. There is a harmonious relationship between the two. Whenever there is a need for thought, that thought is always there to act, you see. So the act that this body is interested in is only the action that is essential for the survival of the living organism. It's not interested in any ideas you have about your religious goals or material goals. It's not at all interested. So there is always, you see, this constant battle between these two things. So the thought is not something mysterious. This is what the culture has put in there, which is, of course, society. They are not different, culture and society. And the society is interested in continuity, in permanence. It is interested in status quo. So it is all the time maintaining that status quo. So that is where the thought is helpful for the society. And it says if you don't act that way, if you don't think that way, you become, antisocial, because all your actions will become, thoughtless, impulsive actions. So it is interested in channeling every thought of yours in that particular direction which maintains the status quo of the society. So that's why there is basically, essentially, and fundamentally a conflict between these two. The culture, which is not yours, which is not mine, but we have adopted that, accepted that, to use it as a means of survival. That's all. So that has a momentum of its own, totally unrelated to it. As long as you
use that so long you are not an individual at all. You can become an individual only when you break away from the totality of that wisdom. So there is no such thing as your mind or my mind. Maybe there is such a thing as the world mind, where all the cumulative knowledge and the experiences thereof is accumulating and passed on from generation to generation. So we have to use that to function in this world sanely and intelligently. If we don't use it, you see, as I was saying the other day, we will end up in funny form and sing the Looney Tunes and merry melodies. So you don't want to become part of the society, you give up, you see, there. And that's the end of you. And the society is still interested, you see, in fitting every individual into the framework and maintaining its continuity. I don't know the talk. So I don't know if I have made myself clear. That's the reason why I'm all the time emphasizing the physical aspect, you see, and not with the idea of selling out something, you see, but to emphasize this and express it in what you call enlightenment, you know, is liberation, moksha, mutation, transformation, only in pure and simple physical and physiological. You see, both same physical and physiological. But to emphasize, I use those two words, physical and physiological terms, and there is absolutely no religious content to it and no mystical overtones or undertones to this functioning of the body. But unfortunately for centuries they have interpreted the whole thing in some religious terms, and that has created the misery for us all. So the more you try to revive or push it through the back door when there is no interest in the religious life of the man, you are only adding more and more to the misery. So I'm not interested in propagating this. This is not something which you can make it happen, nor is it possible for me to create that, you see, hunger which is essential to understand anything, you know. So, I repeat this again and again, but repetition has its own charm. You see, you are assuming for a moment that you are hungering from spiritual attainments, and you're all the time reaching up to reach your goal. And so you see, naturally, you see that there are so many people, you see, in the marketplace, ugly saints, selling all kinds of shoddy piece of spiritual goods. For whatever reason they are doing it, it's not our concern. But they are doing it. See, they say it is for the welfare of mankind, you see, and then you see, they do it out of compassion for mankind and all that kind of a thing. All that is bullshit anyway. So what I'm trying to say is that you are satisfied. See, with the crumbs they throw at you. And they promise that one day they are going to deliver you a full loaf of bread. That's just a promise. They cannot deliver the goods at all. They just don't have it, you know. So they can only cut it into pieces and distribute it to the people. When people ask me some questions, you see, I answer in a very funny way the question about Jesus, you know, materializing loaves of bread. I said, and repeated, that he did not materialize loaves and loaves of bread, but he just cut whatever bread was there available into small bits and distributed it to everybody there. Naturally, you want to attribute some miracles and all kinds of things. But what I'm trying to say is that hunger has got to burn its
out. Every day I'm saying the same thing, but using different words, you see, putting these things in different places. That's all that I can do. My vocabulary is very, very limited, so I have to use the words again and again and emphasize the same thing all over again to point out that the hunger, if there is, you see, to find out for yourself and by yourself, it has to burn itself out, you know. So there is no use feeding yourself with all this kind of junk food. There is no use of your waiting for something to happen to satisfy your hunger. So there is no point in satisfying that hunger. The hunger has to burn itself out. Literally it has to burn itself out. No, not the physical. Even physical hunger has to burn itself out so that the physical death can take place. So that just the way you feel thirsty, you know, you are satisfied with these dozens of quench thirsters. And then they are advertising, you know, Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola, Fanta, God knows what. So all of them. So they are all supposed to be the thirst quenchers. But they really do not do anything there. The thirst for it has to burn itself out. You know, actual dehydration of the body takes place. Thank God the physical body has certain things to protect itself when a physical dehydration takes place. I don't know if you have meditated for hours and hours. The whole body reaches a point where the dehydration takes place. Then you have these lifesavers there in your body, the saliva. You know, there is a profuse saliva coming out, you see, to quench your thirst and save you in that particular situation. When you push this body to do certain things, through meditation, through yoga, all kinds of things people do, you know, overdo these things. So, there is one thing that I'm emphasizing all the time, see, it is not because of what you do or what you do not do that this kind of a thing happens, and why it happens to one individual and not another. There is no answer to that question. I assure you that it is not the man who has prepared himself, you see, or purified himself for whatever reason to be ready, see, to receive that kind of a thing. It is the other way around. So, it hits, you know, it hits at random. That is the way the nature operates. Lightning hits you somewhere, you see, it is not interested, you see, whether it is hitting, you see, a tree that is blooming or if it has fruits, it is helping, you see, the people in providing shade, etc. But it just hits at random in exactly the same way. It happens to a particular individual, and that happening is acausal. Acausal, it has no cause. There are so many things happening in nature which cannot be attributed to any particular cause. So you were interested in studying the lives of the people, or the biographies of those people you think were enlightened or government or some such thing, is to find out, you see, a clue as to how it happened, you see, to them, so that you can use that. So whatever technique they use, then make it happen to you. That's all. That is the interest. You see, those people are giving you some techniques, some systems, some methods, which don't work at all. They create the hope that somehow through some miracle one day, you see, it is going to happen to you, but it will never happen. So I have said my piece. And I have to repeat this again and come to it from 10 different angles depending upon the nature of questions which you throw at me, but all questions are exactly the same as I said yesterday. Because the questions spring from the answers you already have. You know, the answers given by others are not really the answers. I'm not giving any answers to you. See, if I am foolish enough to give you the answers, you have to understand that, you see, this is the very answer which you think is the answer, is destroying the possibility of that question disappearing. You know? You have to take my word, I don't care if you take my word or not, that such questions never occur to me. You know, I have no questions of any kind except the questions I need to ask somebody. See, where can I rent a car? What is the quickest way to go to Brussels? And see, such questions, you know, which way to Rotterdam, this road or that road, that's all. So there are people always to help. But those questions have no answers. You see, when this dawns on you, such questions have no answers. And as a matter of fact, those questions spring from the answers already. So what is necessary in that situation is the complete and total blasting, you see, of the answers that you have. That is something which you cannot make it happen. It is not in your hands. So the situation you think is hopeless, but it is not hopeless. The hope is here. See, the hope is not there. You are waiting for something to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow nothing will happen. Whatever has to happen, that has got to happen, you see, now. And the possibility of that happening now is practically and well nigh impossible, because the instrument which you are using is the past. So, unless the past comes to an end, there can't be any present. The now, the present moment. And that present moment is something which cannot be captured by you, cannot be experienced by you. You see? So even assuming for a moment that the past has come to an end, you have no way of knowing that it has come to an end. You see? So, then there is no future for you at all. There will be a future tomorrow, you will become boss of your company in which you are working, I don't know. The school teacher becomes the head of the institution, and professor becomes the dean. You see, that possibility is there, but you have to put in a lot of struggle. You know, that takes time. So you are applying the same technique. You see, that is the only thing, that instrument which you are using to realize whatever you are interested in, and so it puts it there in the future. So it has produced tremendous results in this world. So how can that instrument be not the instrument to achieve your spiritual goals, if there are any spiritual goals you have before them? So that is not the instrument, obviously, because you have tried this, you have done everything possible. Even those who are burning with hunger, they find it. You see, it's impossible. You know, in India, everybody, you see, tried this. You won't believe that. You see, not one was lucky enough. So whenever such a thing happened, it happened to those people who had given up completely and totally all their search. You know, that's an absolute requisite for that kind of a thing. The whole movement has to slow down, see, and come to a stop. But anything you do to make it stop is only adding momentum. That's really the crux of the problem. So, what you are interested in doesn't exist. It's your own imagination based upon the knowledge you have about those things. And so there is nothing that you can do about it. You are chasing something that does not exist at all. I can say that, you see, until the cows return home. I don't know when they return home here.
for the kingdom come, but that kingdom will never, never come. So you keep on going, hoping that somehow, you will find some way of achieving your goal. So your interest in attaining that for the purpose of solving your day-to-day problems is a far-fetched idea, because that cannot be of any help to you to solve your problems. That is very essential. So if I had that enlightenment, I would be able to solve all my problems. So you cannot have all that, and enlightenment. When that comes, it wipes out everything. You want all this and heaven too. Not a chance. So that is something which cannot be made to happen. Through your effort or through the grace of anybody, through the help of even a God walking on the face of this earth, claiming that he has specially descended from wherever, from whatever heavens, for your sake and for the sake of mankind, that is just absolute. So nobody can help you to achieve what? That is the question. As long as your goal is there, so long these persons and their promises and their techniques look very, very attractive. They go together. So is not sadhana necessary, is not something you must do, is anyway you are doing. So can I be without doing anything? You can't be without doing anything. Unfortunately, you are doing something, and the doing has got to come to an end. And in order to bring that doing to come to an end, you are doing something else. That is really the crux of the problem. That's really the situation in which you find yourself. That's all that I can say. Point out the absurdity of what you are doing. As I said yesterday, what brings you here will certainly take you somewhere else. So you have nothing to get here. You will not get anything here. Not that I want to keep the things for myself. You can take anything you want. I have nothing to give you. I am not anything that you are not. You think that I am something different, and the thought that that I am different from others never enters my head. Never. Only when you ask questions, I feel why are these people asking these questions? How can I make them see? I still have some trace of illusion. Maybe I can try. Even the trial, has no meaning to me. There's nothing that I can do. There is nothing to get. Nothing to give and nothing to get. That is the situation. In material world, yes, we have a lot of things. There's always somebody who can help you. The knowledge, with the money, with so many things in the world. But here, in this field, there's nothing to give and nothing to get. So, as long as you want, you can be certain you ain't got a chance. Whatever you want, I'm not suggesting you are not getting it. Wanting implies that you are going to set in motion thinking to achieve your goal. So it is not a question of achieving your goal, but it is a question of this movement coming to an end here. So if you want, the only thing that you can do is to set in motion this movement of thought in the direction of achieving that. How are you going to achieve this impossible task? So wanting and thinking, they always go together. If you don't want a thing, I'm not for a moment suggesting that you should suppress all your wants and free yourself from all your wants and control all your wants. Not at all. That's the religious game. So if you want anything, the one thing that you will do is to set in motion the movement of thought to achieve your goal. Material goals, yes, you see, but even there, you see, it's not so easy. It's such a competitive world, not much left for us to share, not enough to go around. Since this is not an experience, the talk of sharing with somebody is poppycock to me. There's nothing to be shared. It's not an experience. Even assuming for a moment that this is an experience, even then it is so difficult to share with somebody else, unless the other individual has some reference point within the framework of his experience and structure. So then you see the whole business becomes a sort of meaningless ritual, sitting and discussing these matters. That's all. It's not so easy for you to give up. Not at all, you see.
This thing happened to me when I didn't know anything about anything.
Yes.
So it just sitting.
Nothing, you see, it just happened.
But I just was sitting down on the floor and it happened.
Yes, so
I was scared to death.
that's all right. You see, now you see, you want that to happen again? No.
No. This was
Thank
a nice
God.
experience at all. But when
Yes.
it happened, it's alright.
Yes, but your spiritual search ends that way. There is no other way. It's not that I'm frightening you, but how do you expect that to happen? That is how you see all those people who have taken drugs experience all kinds of things, Those who have not heard of anything, you see, of this kind suddenly experience so many things. And that puts them on this merry-go-round. So India has any number of techniques, systems, methods to give you every kind of experience you want. That is why they are doing a tremendously roaring business.
But it didn't even come in my head associated with meditation or because it was something different.
Yes, it happened. It happened. You see, such things happen. Some extraordinary experiences. People experience without knowing, without asking for them, without doing any such things. So when once, see, this was a frightening experience for you, but other spiritual experiences. So they want to, make them happen again and again and again. Anything you make happen, there's no meaning at all. So then you see, you will want more and more of those things, and then when you succeed in having more and more of those things, you demand for some kind of a permanent situation, permanent happiness, permanent bliss, and there is no such thing as permanence at all. No. Probably it would have ended, resulted in bliss, who knows.
Are you saying then we are what we are already?
We don't want to be, you don't want to accept that. But you want to know what you are. That's the problem. You have no way of knowing it at all. Wanting to know what is there is impossible. That is always related to what you want to be. What you see here is the opposite of what you would like to be, what you want to be, what you ought to be, what you should be. What do you see here?
You want to be happy, so you are unhappy. Wanting to be happy creates the unhappiness. What you see here is the opposite of your goal of becoming happy, wanting to be happy. Wanting to have pleasure all the time creates the pain here. So wanting and thinking, they always go together. They are not separate. Anything you want creates pain because you begin to think. Wanting and thinking, if you don't want a thing in this world, there is no thing. That does not mean the thoughts are not there. Whether you want to achieve material goals or spiritual goals, it really doesn't matter. Wanting, I'm not saying anything against wanting. Want means the fulfillment of the want or non-fulfillment of the want is possible only through thinking. So the thinking has really created the problem. So what I'm suggesting is that all the problems we have cannot be solved on psychological and ethical level. Man has tried for centuries to solve them, but he has failed. And what keeps him going still is the hope that one day, by doing this more and more of the same, he will achieve. But the body, as I was saying, has a way of resolving these problems, because you see, it cannot take them. The sensitivity of the sensory perceptions is destroyed by whatever you are doing to free yourself from whatever you want to do. So, it is destroying the sensitivity of the nervous system here. The nervous system has to be very alert for the survival of this living organism. It has to be very sensitive. Your sensory perceptions have to be very sensitive. Instead of allowing them to be sensitive, you have invented what is called the sensitivity of your feelings, the sensitivity of your mind, the sensitivity towards every living things around you, sensitivity to the feelings of everybody that is there. And this has created a neurological problem. So all the problems are neurological, not psychological and not ethical. That's the problem of the society. The society is interested in status quo. It doesn't want to change. The only way it can maintain the status quo or the continuity is through this demand. The demand that everybody should fit into this structure. Whereas every individual is a unique individual. Physically speaking, it's a unique individual. Nature is creating something unique all the time. It is not interested in a perfect man. It is not interested in a religious man. So we have placed before man the goal or the ideal of a perfect man, a truly religious man. So anything you do to reach that goal of perfection is destroying the sensitivity of this body. It is creating violence here. It is not interested in that. So the whole thing is set on the wrong way. So the day man is to experience whatever he experiences, self-awareness, self-consciousness, he sowed the seeds of the total destruction of man. So all those religions have come out of that divisive consciousness in man. So all those teachings of those teachers will inevitably destroy mankind. There is no point in reviving all those things and starting revivalistic movements. That is dead, finished. Anything that is born out of this division in your consciousness is destructive, is violent. It's because it's trying to protect not this living organism, not the life, but interested in protecting the continuity of thought. And through that it can maintain the status quo of your culture or whatever you want to call it in society. So the problems are neurological. If you give a chance to the body, it will handle all those problems. But if you try to solve them on psychological level or on ethical level, you are not going to succeed. The anger is here. Where is anger? In your stomach, you feel it, you see, in the base, you see here. So it is handling, but if you beat your husband or wife or your neighbor or you see, beat the pillows, you are not going to solve that problem. It is already absorbed. And you are only enriching these therapists who are making money out of it. You hit your wife, husband, anybody you want, and that's all that you can do, nothing else. But still, you see, it is the function of the body to handle that and absorb it. It has arisen here. It is something real there for them. It doesn't want this anger because it is destroying the sensitivity of the nervous system. So it is absorbing the whole thing. You don't have to do a thing. Any energy that you create through this thinking is destructive for this body. Because the energy cannot be separated from life here. It is one continuous movement. So all the energies you experience as a result of playing with all those things is not of any interest to the functioning, the smooth functioning of this living organism. It is disturbing the very harmonious functioning of this body. It's a very, very peaceful thing. The peace there is not, you see, this innate, dead silence you experience. But it's like you see a volcano erupting all the time. That is silence. That is peace. The blood is flowing, you see, through your veins like a river in spade. You see, if you try to magnify the sound of the flow of your blood, you will be surprised. Like the roar of the ocean. So if you put yourself in an air, what do they call it? Soundproof room. You will not survive even for 5 minutes. You will go crazy because you can't hear the noises that are there in the heartbeat of your heart. It's something which you cannot take. So you love, you see, to surround yourself with all these sounds, and then you see, you create some funny experience called the experience of the silent mind, which is ridiculous, absurd. That is the silence. That is there, the roar of an ocean, like the roaring of the flow of blood. That's all it is interested in, not your state of mind or the experience of a silent mind. You're not interested in your practice of virtue, not interested in the practice of your silences. Body has no interest in the dilemma of your moral dilemma or whatever you want to call it, moral problem. It's not interested in your virtues or vices. As long as you practice virtues, so long you will remain a man of vice. They go together. If you are lucky enough to be free from this pursuit of virtue as a goal, along with it you see the vice also goes out of yourself. You will not remain a man of vice. You will not remain a man of violence as long as you follow some idea of becoming a non-violent, kind, soft, gentle person. So long you will remain the opposite. Kind man, a man who is practicing kindness, a man who is practicing virtue, is really the menace, not the violent man. Both are. Somewhere along the line, you see, the whole culture has put the whole thing on a wrong track by placing before man the ideal of a perfect man, the ideal of a truly religious man, because the religious experience is born out of this division in his consciousness, which is not its nature. Luckily, the animals don't have that, this division in their consciousness, you see, except the division that is essential for the survival of those animals. So it's worse than an animal, man. He has no doubt succeeded in putting man on the moon. Probably he will put men on every planet, but there is of no interest to this body. That achievement is in the direction of progressively moving in the direction of destroying everything. Because anything that is born out of thought is destructive. Not only destructive to the body, but destructive, progressively destructive in the direction of destroying everything that man has built for himself. If you are hungry, the body is not interested in your hunger after one day. You will be surprised if you don't feed the body. Feeding your body is your own problem. Maybe 1 day, 2 days, you see, you feel the hunger tantrums. Huh? So what? Body doesn't die. Changes its form, shape, breaks itself into its constituent elements. It is not interested in death. In the body there is no death. For your thinking there is a death. Because it does not want to come to an end. For the thought there is a death. So it does not want to face that situation. It has created, you see, the life after, the lives to come. But this body is immortal in its nature. Because this is part of life. Life has no... So what? There are so many other forms of life surviving on the earth. It's of no consolation for you. But they will, all those germs will have a heyday on your body. Feast day. Big feast. You leave the body there in the streets like the dog, and you will be surprised. We'll all have a field day, feast. You'll be doing great service. Not for mankind, but for organisms of different kinds.
Also not advised to be
Vegetarianism for what? For some spiritual goals. One form of life lives on. That's a fact. That's like it. Tiger practiced vegetarianism. He says his cat is a vegetarian cat. Doesn't kill a fly. Because of its association with vegetarians. For health reasons, maybe. I don't see any adequate reason. Your body is not going to be any more than the meat-eating body. You go to India, those vegetarians, they are not they are not peaceful. So it has nothing to do. What you put in there is not really. Vegetarians are more aggressive than the meat-eaters. You read the history of India. Bloodshed, massacre, assassination in the name of religion. Buddhism has not been violent in some areas. It was the most violent religion when it spread to Japan. Even Buddhism. Those temples maintained armies and provided orgies to fight battles in Japan. That's history, not my personal opinion. That's why I'm saying, emphasizing that the teachers and teachers are responsible for this message. All those messiahs have created nothing but mess. And the politicians are the inheritors of that culture. There's no use blaming them and calling them corrupt. They were corrupt. The man who taught love was corrupt because he created division in his consciousness. Who talked of love thy neighbor as thyself was responsible for the horror in the world today. If you want to call it that. Don't exonerate those teachers. The teachings have created nothing but mess in this world, progressively moving in the direction of destroying not only man, but every kind of species on this planet. You know? So it came out of that. Not these scientists, not these politicians that are responsible. Luckily they have this power in their hands, they are going to use. There are enough lunatics in this who will press the button, but it originated there, progressively moving in the direction. Religion is not going to save man. Nor atheism, nor communism, nor any of those systems. They are all the religions. It originated there. So you can't put them on a pedestal and say that they should be exonerated. They are not only the teaching, but the teachers themselves have sowed the seeds of this violence that they have used. The man who talked of love is responsible because love and hate go together. How can you exonerate them? Don't blame the followers. The followers have come out of that teaching. This history is not my personal opinion. You know the history of Europe, the Inquisitions, in the name of Jesus. Why do you want to revive that religion? What for? Back to Christianity is the slogan. I'm not condemning any particular thing. All are responsible. So talk of love is one of the most absurd things. There must be two. Wherever there is a division, there is, you see, this destruction. Kindness. Two, you are kind to somebody, or you are kind to yourself. There is a division there in your consciousness. Anything that is born out of that division is a protective mechanism, and in the long run it is destroyed. It is trying to protect itself. The thought is protecting itself. That is why it is interested in consciousness. The body is not interested in protecting itself. Whatever intelligence that is necessary for the survival of the body is already there. So the jungle we have created through our organization needs that intellect. The intellect that we have acquired through our studies, through our culture, through the whole. It is a parallel existence of its own, and it is interested in the survival of a different kind. But there is no end to the life here. This is only an expression of the life. If you and I go, the life goes on. If those lights go, the electricity is there. Something else will come. It's not interested, you see, in man. Man, unfortunately, has such destructive powers, which has resulted out of the original experience of the man, the self-awareness. So the whole talk of wanting to be, to look at himself, to understand himself, is a divisive movement in him, born out of the self-awareness. That's the foundation on which the whole psychological structure is built. You can't. Not in your hands. Anything you do adds momentum to it. So do you want that to come to an end? No. Yes, that's what they feel also, when they do meditation, when they do oneness. The disturbance of this in the metabolism of the body brought about through drugs or through meditation or through any of those systems and techniques man has invented. You can experience the oneness of life, the unity of life. And look at India, which preach the unity of life and oneness of life. There you have an example. They talk, they are all great metaphysicians, philosophers, everlastingly. But it doesn't operate in the lives of people. Understanding is dualism. If the division is not there, there is nothing to understand. So the instrument which you are using to understand something is the only instrument you have. There is no other instrument. You can talk of intuition. You can talk of 1,000 and other things. They are all sensitized thoughts. So the intuition is nothing but a sensitized thought. But still it is a thought. So anything you understand through the help of that instrument has not helped you to understand anything. So that is not the instrument and there is no other instrument. If that is the case, is there anything to understand? So your understanding anything is only for the purpose of changing what is there. Whatever is there, you want to change. So by understanding this, you want to bring about a change. Change not what is there, but change in the structure of your thinking. So you begin to think differently and you begin to experience differently. But basically, there is no change there. So you are wanting to understand anything is only for the purpose of bringing about a change there. And at the same time, you do not want the change. So that has created the neurotic situation in man, wanting two things, change and no change. So that is the conflict that is there all the time. Wanting to change everything. Huh? What's that? This seeing itself is a divisive movement. There are two things. The Indians are past masters in this game. Seer and the seen, the observer and the observed. They are great experts in this kind of a game, But what is there to see? Who is it that is seeing? Are there two things? What do you do when you see? We are back again to the same thought, It's like you were trying to look at it is absurd, you see, to talk of posing yourself the question of who am I? That has become the basic teaching of the Ramana Maharshi. Who am I? That means, why do you ask that question? Who am I? That means there is some other I there. You want to know. That question to me has no meaning at all. The very fact that you ask that question, who am I, implies that there are two things. The I you know, there is another I, the nature of which you do not know. So you will be better off by asking the question and get an answer, if you can, about what you know. The question, who am I, implies that there is some other I, the nature of which you really do not know and you want to know. I don't know if I make myself. Do you know anything about yourself, first of all? What do you know? Tell me. But he has been told where he lives, what his name is, how much money he is drawing every month, and his telephone number, how many people he has met, you see, how many experiences he has gathered during the course of his 30 years. That's all that he can tell. You see, all the books he has read, he can repeat mechanically. All the information he has gathered and all the experiences he has collected. So that is all that is there. Why you are dissatisfied with it and why you are searching for something other than that? Can you tell me something about yourself? Other than the information that you gather, that you know. What? No, what did you find there? So that question, that idiotic question is born out of the knowledge you already have. So this is the knowledge that is there that has thrown up this question, who am I? So you want to know, and through that knowing, the knowledge you have gathers momentum. You are adding more and more and more. If there is anything to be known there, what all you know should come to an end. So by this pursuit, you see, or the demand to get an answer for that question, you are adding more and more to the knowledge. So don't you see the absurdity of the question? Who am I? It doesn't matter who suggested that, who threw that question at you, who recommended that question. There is nothing there to know. What is there is all that you know. When that is not there, there is no need for you to know anything, and there is no way of knowing anything about this thing.
Am I? It's not really a question.
It's a statement.
Who am I is the point.
Yes. Where does it lead you, the point? Alright, if it is a pointer, what you do? You stay put there, and instead of following that, you suck the finger. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. So what do you do with that pointer?
The pointer points to where there is no nothing to be pointed.
Yes.
Who am I takes you from. These are all nonsensical words.
That's all that is. This question itself is a nonsensical question.
Yes.
But
it is only so if you use it in a question.
Alright. Even if you use it as a pointer, the very direction is wrong.
It's not even a pointer.
Then, alright, what is it then?
It shows you that you are. It shows you that I am.
What I am is the knowledge I have about my
knowledge. I am is what I am.
But what does it mean? What I am?
It doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
I am is not knowledge.
There is nothing there, no existence there. Independent of the question. Yes.
So it is the end of knowledge.
So the question should end. Because the question itself, listen, the question itself is born out of the knowledge, out of the answer. Otherwise, there is no place for any question of any kind. All questions are born out of the answers you already have. So, it is idiotic even to ask a question for which you already have an answer. But there can't be any question without an answer. It implies, the question implies that there is something about you about that I you do not know, or you want to know something other than the I that is already there. There is another I.
On a certain level, you can also say if you ask a question, it means that you know the answer.
Otherwise there is no question at all. There can't be any question without knowledge. Because all questions are born out of the answers you already have. So that is the reason why a question of that kind, whether it is posed by yourself or somebody, does not want an answer for that question. The answer for any question is the end of the question. The end of the question means the end of the answer that you already have. Not only your answer, the answers that have been accumulating for centuries mustn't be there. So the demand for an answer to that question on any level, there is only one level, there are no other levels, implies that the questioner does not want the knowledge to come to an end.
Quite so. True.
Yes.
But of course, in the process of this,
That has to happen now, not at the end. Because there is no time. You see, the instrument which you are using, which is this process of knowledge, does not want to come to an end. That is why it is posing the question to itself. Knowing very well that the question is bound to carry on until it gets an answer. So, this knowledge, which the instrument which you are using, does not know or cannot conceive of the possibility of anything happening except in time, because it's born in time and it functions in time. Although it projects, you see, a state of timelessness, it is not interested in accepting the fact that nothing can happen except in the field of time. The question implies that there is a demand for an answer, and that answer can come only in time. And during that time, see, this has a chance of survival.
what you say, however, the answer to the question, who am I, does not fall in time.
Yes. But anything that is
It
born,
only a device, I agree with
that is to anything that is born in the field of time is time.
Yes.
The question is time.
the question is not born in time.
Then, where does it come from?
From I am.
That assumption itself is time. That I am. The experience. Of course. Of course it is an assumption that there is something there other than this knowledge. What is there is only the knowledge.
Did you say you ask questions born out of answers you already have?
Yes.
We would that the answer that you already have is the same as according to the mind.
I don't know what to say. See, to me there is no mind at all. You see, the mind is the totality. It's not that I am giving a peculiar definition of mind. The totality of your experiences and the totality of your thoughts As I was saying yesterday, there is no thoughts which you can call your own. There is no experiences which you can call your own. See, without knowledge you cannot have any experience. I don't know if I make myself clear. So, every time you experience through the help of this knowledge, the knowledge is strengthened and fortified. See, this is a vicious circle. It goes on and on and on and on. The knowledge gives you experiences, and the experiences fortify the knowledge you have. So the questions which you are asking are very frivolous questions, because the questions are born out of the knowledge. So if there is any answer to that question, it is not necessarily your answers, the answers that have been accumulating through centuries, you see. So there is a totality of the knowledge that has been accumulating, cumulative knowledge, cumulative experiences are there. You are using them to communicate to yourself and to communicate to others. So, there is no such thing as your mind and my mind, but there is a mind which is the totality of all the thoughts and experiences of all that has existed up to this point. I don't know if I make myself clear. So any answer that anybody gives for that question should put an end to that question. The fact that the answers given by others and the answers that you have manufactured for yourself, or the answers that these wise men who have around us in the marketplace today, and those who existed in the past, let's not bother about those who existed in the past, are not really the answers. So any answer I give to your question cannot be the answer for that question, because the answer should put an end to the question. So if the question is shattered there, along with it, all the knowledge that is responsible for that question has also to go. I don't know if I make myself clear. So the questioner is not interested in any answer, because the answer has to blow up the whole thing. Not only what little you have known, you see, in these 30, 40 years, all that has accumulated up to that point, everything that every man thought and felt and experienced before, up to the point where the question is thrown out. I don't think I'm making myself clear. But anyway, you see, the answer, if there is any answer, should wipe out the whole thing. All that the great...
I was thinking of the despair that occurs when a vacuum is on the brink of becoming a reality, seemingly near.
Yes, but all right, assuming for a moment that there is despair there, you say you are in great despair. So, have you given up trying to free yourself from despair? You call it despair, like the way you are using the word vacuum, emptiness. But there is no despair there, because there is a movement in the direction of wanting to be free from that situation you call despair. Just the way the existentialist philosophers have built up a tremendous philosophical structure on what it is, what they call despair. But you see, or the religious people call it divine despair. You see, these are all meaningless phrases. But you have never come to grips with what you call despair, because there is already a movement in the direction of wanting somehow
to free yourself from the situation which you call despair. So you don't let that despair act. That is the action that I'm talking about. So you are still thinking about, you see that, where is that despair is not in the area of your thinking. It should be here in the framework of your body. So where is the despair you are talking about? As long as you are trying, you see, to run away, move away from the despair, there is no despair there. So wanting to be free from despair is all that you are interested in, because you think it is not choking you. It is not killing you, see. The despair should destroy this movement for freeing yourself from despair. I am not saying that it is or it is. Then you are not giving a chance for the despair to act. So you are interested in finding out a solution, a way out of this impasse, you see, or impasse, I don't know what you call it. That's all that is there, and you give a name and call it, you see, despair. You are not in despair, you see. You don't act like a man or a person in despair. You just talk about despair, you talk about vacuum, you talk about emptiness. It's not really empty, you see. If there is emptiness, that's the action of life. Life is, then you will ask me, what is life? If I define life, we are lost. It's one definition against life. You see, what exactly I mean by life is that what makes it possible for the whole of your being to respond, not react to this, respond. Respond to this stimuli around you. So if there is no life there, you become a corpse, a dead corpse. A dead corpse cannot respond the way it is responding, but it is still responding in a different way. So that is why you call, you see, this life. Life, in other words, is nothing but, you see, the pulse and the beat and the breath of life. So that's also a definition. There is a pulse, there is breathing, there is the throb of life. It is throbbing all over your everywhere. Every cell in your body is throbbing. So that's all that is life, you see. So if you give a definition, but we are not really talking about that life, because nobody can say anything about that life except give definitions. We call it life, was this and the other. But the living implies all the other problems that the so-called living creates. So there is a demand for how to live. That is really the problem. The problem of all the problems is how to live. And for centuries we have been brainwashed that this is how you should live. So if that is not satisfactory, you find out another way and call that how to live. And it go on and on and on and on. All that may be nonsense because it has not given you peace. All the time there is a constant battle going on inside of you. A war going on inside of you. As long as there is a war inside of you, there isn't going to be a peaceful world at all. Even assuming for a moment that war has come to an end and you are at peace with yourself, that will not change anything, because you see, a man who is at peace with himself will be a threat to his neighbor. So he will liquidate you. There is a danger. So the important problem is, you see, can you bring this war to an end within yourself? Is there any way? So all the solutions that you have are the ones that are responsible for this battle that is going on, how to live. So the how has to go. So then you ask me, how can that how go? Can you help me? First of all, you are not sure of that. You have not even come to that point that there is a despair. Then only you can deal with the despair. As long as you are moving away, running in the direction of wanting to be free from despair, it is just not possible for you to handle that. That's all that I'm saying. So that is the reason why I say that is the problem. You don't look for solutions. There may be 150 solutions, but you can't try all of them. Obviously, all that you have tried, that has failed. And so you say you are in despair. That despair will add. That's all that I'm saying. What is the action? That action can never be within the framework of your thinking. Any action that is within the framework or the product of your thinking will inevitably create despair. It may give you certain results for a while, so certain experiences, and they always demand more and more and more of the same. And then you see this keeps the whole thing going, and then that gives you hope. The hope is here, and you say the situation is hopeless. The situation is not hopeless. The hope is here now. Because, as you say, the despair is there. And so the hope to resolve that, solve that, handle that, come to grips with, and find out if there is any way of freeing yourself from the despair. Instead of letting that act, you are running away from that and still finding out if there is any way that you can be free. So that applies to all the situations in life. Either you are stuck with your frustration, which is despair, or something else. So what you want to do in such a situation is you have to find out the solution for yourself. If I give you another solution, it will be like the hundreds of solutions that you already have. You will add this to the list. More difficult, one more solution. So if there is any solution, that solution has to come from that which you are trying to be free from, and not from any outside agency. That's going to act. You see, that action is something extraordinary. If once you see that despair problem is solved, all the others are solved, because every other problem is a variation of it. So you never want to solve the problem. You are more interested in solutions. That's why I am repeating the same thing over and over in 10 different words. My vocabulary is limited, so I have to use the same words. You can increase your vocabulary and find new phrases, but it doesn't serve any purpose. The instrument which you are using, which is thinking, can never accept the fact that these problems can be solved here and now. Because that has come into being through years. So much of time has taken for you to be what you are. You are living in a world of your experiences, and it has taken so many years for you to be what you are. So that is the only instrument you have. You have no other way of handling these problems. So that cannot conceive of the possibility of finding out a solution here and now. So it is always interested in pushing it further and further and further away. So there is always tomorrow, there is always this time, So because this functions in the field of time. It cannot conceive the possibility of anything happening, any action other than the action in the field of time. It is not metaphysics that I am talking. So, the solution, if there is any, has to be here and now. You see, if you are hungry, you see, hunger must be satisfied. See, if the hunger cannot be satisfied, it will burn you out. So this is a frightening situation for you. So you are satisfied with the crumbs, which are the solutions that people throw at you. So you are waiting for somebody to give you a full loaf of bread, or some miracle man to multiply loaves of bread. But that's not going to happen even then, you see. But you can't wait until then, you see. So there is no real hunger there. You don't want to solve the problem. Because you will find yourself without a problem. What gives you strength, you see, energy is trying to solve your problem. You see, this happens always. When once you achieve your goal, what you have there is frustration. Even in sex act, you see, which is so powerful in the life of an individual, it is the preparation, it is the build-up, it's the tension, that is the attractive part of it. So when once the tension is built up there, this body is demanding release from the tension, which you call pleasure. Release. It wants to be released from the tension which you have built up. So it wants a release, which you call, the orgasm or whatever you want. So there is a tremendous relief. So what is there now? You see, the vacuum. So in exactly the same way, all actions, you see, are functioning in the same field. You build up tension, and then you see, it demands a release from the tensions. So all these therapies, you see, that man has invented are really not going to solve, because then you see, the other day I was reading an article in Playboy, how to keep the orgasm going for half an hour. Oh my God. They are doing experiments. You know, they have succeeded. There is one doctor there in California, and he has succeeded in that. But no man can, you see, help the woman. But through artificial means, they are, with the help of gadgets, establish the fact that you can have the orgasm for half an hour. All the other specialists say it's only for a few seconds, you see. But anyway, that's why I mentioned that is the demand, you see, for the extension of that agony. You call it pleasure. It is not pleasure. It's tension. So you work hard to achieve a goal. When once you achieve the goal, you are exhausted. You are finished. So the charm is lost for you. So working for it, building up all these tensions, that is all that you are interested in. When once you are there, it's finished. So you have lost. So you start all over again. You don't want to be without any problem. You are yourself the problem. If you don't have any problems, you create problems. The end of the problem is the end of you. So these problems will remain until the end. So you go, then the problems go. 70, 80, 90, 100 years. Depends upon how long you are going. The hope remains. It's not a pessimistic situation, it's really a realistic situation, you know. So I'm not giving you any solutions. Please, for goodness sake, look at your problem if you can. See, you can't separate yourself from the problem. That's really the problem. And say, this is the problem. So the problem is created by, you see, the opposite of it. Why do you feel unhappy, first of all? Why do you feel this feeling of unkindness in you? Because of the goal, it is that creates the opposite. You can watch for yourself. I don't have to tell you. I should be like that, I ought to be that, you see, I must be like that. So I am not that. You see, it is that has created the opposite of it. That's all the time point. If that is gone, this also is gone. This man cannot be a cruel man. Man cannot be an insensitive man, not sensitive within the framework of your cultural mores. You see, but this is a different kind of, you see, a sensitivity. So as long as you are pursuing those ideals that the society or the culture has placed before you, so long you will remain the opposite. And hope that one day through some miracle or through some help of somebody, some God, some Guru, you will be able to resolve it. Not a chance. So I cannot create the hunger in you. How can I create the hunger? So if you have a hunger, you will look around, see, and you will find that whatever is offered to you is not satisfied. You are satisfied with the crumbs, all right. That's what the gurus are doing, throwing some crumbs at you. You know, like the dog on the leash. You see, that's all. Humans are like animals, no difference. If we accept that fact, we are not different, then you see, there is a better chance. Then they will act as humans. When man ceases to pursue the goal of a perfect man, the solutions that you have, this is not going to help you to solve your problem. That makes it. Yes, please.
Comes out with our inner self, not necessarily changing the world, trying to find our inner self. We do meditation.
Why do you do them? Why do you do? No, why do you do them all? Why do you do them? What do you do? You want to, what for? You want to change something.
Why do we want to change? What is it in us that wants constant change? Why can't we be satisfied?
You are dissatisfied with yourself, first of all.
Not consciously.
No.
I feel very good. I'm really so
And yet you do.
And yet
You see the paradox. You are not as contented as you say you are, as satisfied as you are, but something there demands that all is not right there. That's why you see, you want to bring about a change. And who is responsible for that demand to change? That is what I am saying. The culture, the society has placed before you that you should be like that. You ought to be like that. You understand? So that you have accepted as, see, a model for yourself. You see?
I don't feel
You know? The demand for more. You see, there is no inner and outer. What I am trying to say is that there is a feeling, there is a demand that there is something more interesting that you can do with yourself, more meaningful, more purposeful than your existence is today. You see, that is the demand, you see. That is why there is this restlessness. You see, you become restless because of this drive in you, which is put in there by the society or culture, that makes you feel that there is something more interesting, more meaningful, more purposeful that your life can be than what it is today.
Trying to find the naturalness of the self.
No.
Just again for society.
Exactly. The naturalness is destroyed by that demand which is put in there by the culture. So then you see your life looks meaningless to you. If that is all that you can do, you have tried, you see, to fill in that boredom with everything possible. Now you have all these new gimmicks. You see, yoga, meditation, and all the psychological. Reading books, religious books. This is something you see new added on to the already existing things there. But you have not succeeded in freeing yourself from the boredom. See, that is the demand. See, you are bored with your life, with your existence, because it is very repetitive. First of all, your physical needs are very well taken care of. You see here, in this part of the world at least. So there is no need for you to spend any more energy to survive. See, that part is taken care of. So, when that is taken care of, the natural question that arises is a very simple question. Is that all that is there? Going to the office every morning, or just being a housewife, doing all the chores of the house, not sleeping, having sex, everything, you see. Is that all? See, it is that demand on your part that is being exploited by, you see, these holy men, Is that all? You see, so those are one of the gimmicks that you are trying to fill the boredom there. You see, it's an empty, it's a bottomless cup. You see, it's not even a bottomless cup, it is a bottomless pit. You see, you can fill that all the time with every conceivable thing that you can imagine or the others can come out, but yet the boredom is a reality, is a fact. Sure. Otherwise you wouldn't do anything. You are just bored. Simply bored with doing the same thing again and again and again. And you don't see any meaning in this. Why? Not quite conscious of the boredom, because you are looking for something to free you from what is not there. That's all that I have been emphasizing all the time. The problem is not really the boredom. You are not conscious of the existence of boredom either on your conscious level of your thinking or even on your conscious level of your existence. So that, you see, the attractiveness of those things to free yourself from the non-existing boredom has really created the boredom. And those things really cannot, you see, fill this boredom created by that. So it goes on and on and on and on. See, the newer and newer and newer techniques, methods. Every year we have a new guru coming from India with a new gimmick, the new technique, some new therapy, all kinds of things. Yes, I know you seem to know something about consciousness. You please tell me, what exactly do you mean by consciousness? Why are you asking me the question about consciousness? I'm not throwing a counter question at you. Yes, you have picked up that word somewhere, see. You have picked up that somewhere. And so they are talking of expanding consciousness. You see, The naturalness is something, the naturalness of yourself is something that you don't have to know. You just have to let that function in its own way. You understand? So, you are wanting to know that demands some know-how, see, which you want from somebody. See, the functioning of the heart is a natural thing. The functioning of all the organs in your body are very natural. They are not for one moment asking themselves the question, how am I functioning? The whole living organism has this tremendous intelligence which makes it function in a very natural way. So, you have certain ideas of what that should act. You understand? So, you have separated what you call life from that. What you call life is living, you see, which is in no way related to the functioning of this living organism. So, naturally, you are asking the question, how to live? How to live is your problem. So, you are looking for answers for how to live. It is how to live that has really destroyed the natural way the whole thing is going on. So, that is where the culture steps in, and this is the way you should act. This is the way you should live. This is the one and the only thing that is good for you and good for the society. So you want to change that, you see. Something there. What is it that you want to change there? That's all that I'm asking. You will never know, but yet you will never know. So what is it that you are trying now? See, don't you see the absurdity of what you are doing? All this search, you see, is like, you see, so I always give, you see, my pet simile. We all take it for granted that there is such a thing as a horizon there. So if you look at that and say that it's a horizon, it sounds very simple to you. But you forget that, you see, the physical limitation, the limitation of your physical eye fixes that point there, and it calls it horizon. So you are moving in the direction of horizon. The more you move in the direction, the faster you move in the direction with the aid of all these mechanical means, like, Concords, supersonic planes, the more it is moving farther and farther and farther. So instead of finding out what is it that is limiting your physical capacity to see, instead of bothering your head, breaking your head over that, of capturing that, then you will be able to understand the limitations of this and not bother about them. You see, that doesn't exist at all. See, what you are stuck with is only the limitation. So I give also another example, you see, of trying to overtake your shadow. I don't know, you see, as children we always played this game, trying to overtake all the other boys running with you, everybody trying to overtake his own shadow. It never occurred to us then, see, that it is this body that is casting this shadow there, and you are wanting to overtake the shadow is an absurd game that you are playing. You can run for miles and miles and miles. You know the story of Alice in Wonderland. The Red Queen, she has to run faster and faster and faster in order to keep still where she is. You see, that's exactly what you are all doing. Running faster and faster and faster, but you are not moving anywhere. You see, all that you are doing to find exactly where you are. This is not moving at all. So that gives you the feeling that you are working something, you are doing something to achieve your goal. Not knowing very well that what you are doing is totally unrelated to the natural functioning of this body, and you want to act in a natural way. You are not acting in a natural way because the ideal you have placed before you, which you have accepted but placed before you by the culture, has falsified the natural actions here. You are frightened of acting in a very natural way because you have been told that that is the way you should act, you ought to act. So, physical perfection is one of the means. I am not saying anything against yoga. Please don't get me wrong. I am not saying anything against meditation. Do yoga. There are all certain palliatives. You see, if you want to keep your body supple, do it. You see. So a supple body is better than a stiff body. You know. One day, your body. That's alright. So you see, instead of creating tensions all the time, you see, meditation gives you relief from your tensions. Do it. But you see, I'm suggesting, don't forget it is meditation that is creating all the tensions. You first create a problem and then you try to solve the problem. It's alright, but thank God you are not doing it very seriously. You know, that's the only hope you have. If you very seriously meditate, you are in trouble. See, you will go crazy. Or if you try to practice this awareness all the time, or see, in your conscious as well as unconscious levels, you will be really in trouble. You will end up in the loony bin there, see, singing loony tunes and merry melodies. Now you can learn the new songs, new songs from India and Hare Krishna songs and sing and enjoy. That's alright. Don't do that because it's something like trying to walk, watching every step you take. You are in trouble. You will not be able to walk at all. Don't do that. It's a mechanical thing. See, the things that are there are running very smoothly and mechanically. You don't have to do a thing. The more you try to do it, the more resistance you are creating. So the boredom is really the problem for you. See, the non-existing boredom has been created by the demand how to free yourself from boredom. So since that is not in any way helping you to free your boredom, but making it more and more and more difficult to be free from this, you have to shop around. So you have to search for all and every kinds of gimmicks to free yourself from that non-existing boredom. So it is that is keeping this a going thing forever and ever. So I am not giving you another gimmick or suggesting anything. I just want you to look at this, what you are doing. Not to free you from something and take you away from that, you see, because I have something new product to sell. Not at all. I have no new products, to sell. Nor am I interested in selling anything. Since we happen to be here, all of us, for some reason or the other, I don't know why we are here. Or discuss. There's nothing to discuss here. The discussion has no meaning because the object or the purpose of a discussion or a conversation is to understand something. So that is not the means to understand anything. Ultimately, what I am emphasizing all the time is, look here, there is nothing to understand. When that is understood, that there is nothing to understand, all these conversations become meaningless. So you get up and walk away once and for all. So I say, nice meeting you and that's all that I'm saying all the time, you see. If you nice meeting you. Huh? No, that's exactly what I am saying all the time. Nice. Goodbye. God be with you and God stay with God. That's the Spanish. Stay with God. Your gods, your gurus, stay with them. See? Don't disturb yourself unnecessarily. Live in hope and die in hope. And hope that you will be born again. If you accept the theories of reincarnation and all, one is bad enough. Why would you want to be born again? The same thing. So you might as well handle this problem once and for all now and begin to live what little is left for us. Not bother about this world and the peace of this world. If the question of how to be happy is dropped, then you begin to live, you see, not bothering about happiness at all. See, that doesn't exist, happiness doesn't exist at all. The more you want it, the more you search for it, the more unhappy you remain. They go together, you see.
Oh, but another night, maybe I ask to send somebody else the question. People who listen to you much longer than I did, only this afternoon. Don't you think that it goes against everything about religion, society, culture,
All systems of thought,
structures, systems,
all structures of
all
thought,
systems?
philosophical, religious,
Don't you think
materialistic
that's
structures.
negative? I just not because I think it's
Why you are
negative,
because
people
listen,
say that.
people can say that because it's an easy way out for them. And you forget one thing. All the positive approaches that man has invented and used for centuries, they have not resulted in any useful way. They have not produced the results you have been promised. So, and yet you go on, and if you go on and on and on like that, hoping that somehow, through some miracle, you will be able to achieve your positive goals, or the goals and you keep doing it only because you have a hope. And it is that hope that keeps you going. And when somebody presents the other side of it, look, don't be caught up, you see, in the structure of thought which always suggests the positive and negative. Your goals are always positive. Since your goals have failed to give the desired results, you have begun to look at the things and approach them in a negative way. The positive and negative approaches function only in the field of thought. So what I'm suggesting is that, look, your positive approach so far has not given you the desired results. And I'm telling you why it has not given you the desired results. I'm telling you why you are stuck where you are stuck. But immediately you turn down and say, your approach is negative. It is not at all negative. You say, I'm presenting the other side of the coin or the other side of the picture to neutralize your argument, not to win you over to my point of view or to stress the negative approach to the problems. Your goal being a positive goal no matter what approach you adopt, it is a positive approach. You may call it a negative approach, but it is still a positive approach. So you must be very, very clear about the goal. So what I'm trying to emphasize is that the goal must go.
Release it. Release the goal.
It has no meaning at all. The goal has no meaning. The goal which you have placed before you has no meaning at all because it has resulted only in struggle, pain, and sorrow. You are using will. As I said a while ago, you see, the will has certain limitations. You can't use it beyond a certain limit. So the use of your will and the use of your effort gives you a sort of additional energy to tackle these problems and to face these problems. But actually, see, it is limited in its scope. So the energy that you produce is only a frictional energy. The will creates a friction. And that friction gives you some sort of energy, but that energy cannot last long. And so you are back again in square one. Foundation. Why Western civilization? All civilizations, all cultures, place before you a goal. Whether it is material goal or spiritual goal. So there are ways and means of achieving your material goals. But even in this respect, there is a lot of pain, there is a lot of suffering. And you have superimposed on that what is called a spiritual goal. And so your Christianity, for example, is built on the foundation of suffering as a means to reach your goal. I don't know if I make myself clear. So what you are left with is only the suffering. And you make a great big thing out of suffering. And yet, you are not anywhere near the goal, whatever is the nature of your goal. Whereas in the material world, it is something tangible. You see? So, the instrument which you are using to achieve your material goal does produce certain results. So, by using that more and more, you have a way of getting the desired result, but there is no guarantee. So the instrument which you are using is limited in its scope. It is applicable only in this area. So the instrument which you are using to achieve your so-called spiritual goals is the same instrument. So you do not realize that first of all the spiritual goals that are superimposed on your so-called material goals is born out of your fantasy. So first of all you divide life into material and spiritual. So no matter what instrument you use to achieve your goal, whether it is material or spiritual, it is exactly the same.
Yes, human beings are active persons. We are not plants. Plants are living beings. We are not always have information.
Like massive.
We must have some form of goal. Yes. Are you saying that it's bad to have?
I'm not saying. I want you to be very clear about the goal. What do you want?
The type of goal.
What do you want? It is not the want that is wrong, but the only way you can achieve your material or spiritual goals is through the instrument which you use to achieve your goal, to reach your goal, to attain your goal. So, what I'm suggesting is that the only instrument you have is through thinking. Say, I want to be a millionaire. A millionaire wants to be a billionaire and a billionaire wants to be a trillionaire. See, so, that is the goal. You see, and a happy man would never want to be happy. He wants to be more and more happy. Or he wants to be permanently happy. Sure. If you are happy sometimes and you are unhappy some other times. So, you want pleasures and you want those pleasures to be permanent. And at the same time, you also know that, you see, the so-called demand for pleasure, temporary or otherwise, is giving you pain as well. So the goal of the common man, or, you see, I don't mean when I use the common man, the goal of every person in this world, whether he is here in the West or in the East or even in communist countries, is exactly the same. So, what he wants is to have pleasure without pain at all and to be happy always, even without moments of unhappiness. So what he is actually struggling, striving hard, is to achieve this impossible goal of having one without the other. Everybody.
There's no luck without that, because you cannot speak about luck if you don't know what is that.
Yes, so see, what is the problem?
Older people know
That
everybody gets a portion of that
all right.
suffering. And those people are not thinking in getting pleasure.
Sure. It's not that I'm saying whether they are consciously doing it or not, that is what everybody is after. See, you know what will give you happiness. If you achieve, you see, all the goals you have placed before yourself, the success, the money, the name, fame, position, power, you are happy. See, in this process, you are struggling hard, you are putting a lot of will into that, see, effort into that. If you, as long as you succeed, you have no problems at all. So, you cannot always succeed. You know all that. So, but there is somehow hope somewhere that, see, it will be possible for you to always succeed. The problem is not that. The problem is frustration. You see, the frustration is there because you find that you cannot succeed always. And yet there is a hope. Whether it is the material goals or spiritual goals, the demand is, you see, to succeed in your efforts to reach, attain or accomplish whatever goals. Whatever, you have to help me. I am not here to give any talk. So I ask the question repeatedly when people come to see me. A very simple question. You must be very clear as to what you want. So I want this, I don't want that. It's alright. When once you know what exactly you want, you will be able to find out the ways and means of fulfilling your wants. So, unfortunately, people want too many things. So, you crystallize all our wants into one basic want, because all the other wants are variations of the same want. So, if you reject my suggestion that man always wants to be happy without even rare moments of unhappiness, for permanent pleasure without using pain, which, as I said a while ago, is a physical impossibility. The body cannot take any sensation, be pleasurable or painful, for long. It is destroying the sensitivity of the sensory perceptions and also destroying the sensitivity of the nervous system. It was all the time concerned about the goals he has, the permanent, So, there is, a sensation of pleasure. So, the moment you recognize a particular sensation as a pleasurable sensation, naturally there is a demand to make that pleasurable sensation last longer. So every sensation, depending upon the intensity of that sensation, which is played you to invest it with more intensity or less intensity, depending upon what you are after, has a limited life of its own. So the demand comes only when you separate yourself from the pleasurable sensation and begin to think as to how you can extend the limits of the pleasurable sensation or the moments of happiness. So your thinking has turned that particular demand on your part to make this particular sensation, pleasurable sensation, longer than what its natural duration of its life is, into a problem. See, not necessarily your problem, but it has turned that into a problem for the functioning of this body. So, it has created a neurological problem. So it is trying to absorb that and doing everything possible to absorb that. Whereas your thinking makes it impossible for this body to handle that in its own way, for the simple reason that you are trying to solve those problems within the field of your religious approaches or the psychological approaches. Actually, those problems are neurological problems, and if the body is left alone to handle them in its own way, it will do a better job than you are trying to solve them on the psychological or religious. So all the solutions that we have been offered, given, and the solutions which we have been practicing for centuries haven't done any good except to give us a little bit of comfort. See, a little bit of palliating, as I said, to bear the pain with some kind of a satisfaction. But yet, see, you are not free from that pain at all. It's because of the hope that somehow, the instrument which is turning all these things into problems can be solved through the same instrument. That is the only thing that this mechanics of thinking can do. That is to create a problem, but it can never solve the problem. That's all that I'm saying. So if that is not the instrument to solve the problems, is there any other instrument? I say no. It can only create the problems. It cannot solve the problems. So when this understanding dawns on it, then you will realize in the light of that understanding that any effort you use, any will you use to solve those problems either on psychological levels or within the framework of your religious thinking, the whole structure slows down. You see? And when it once slows down, the energy that is there in the body, which is a manifestation of life or expression of life, handles it in a tremendously easier way than, the frictional thinking which you are generating through your ideas of how to handle this problem. That's all that I'm saying.
So one feels that you have a problem, you just leave it.
You see, if you put it that way, then there is a demand from the person who is suggesting that. You ask how you can leave that alone. So you know that you cannot leave it alone. You just say, leave it alone. But naturally, the next question will be, how to leave that alone without the interference of this thought. There is no how. So if anybody suggests how, you are caught up in the same vicious circle. That is what all these therapists, you see, we have in our midst today, and all those gurus we have in the marketplace who are suggesting umpteen number of techniques are creating this tremendous burden, which does not in any way lighten the burden. But on the other hand, it is adding more and more burden to this situation in which you find yourself. So all those systems and techniques cannot be of any help except that they will act as palliatives for a while to bear the pain for a little longer than you see it is possible for you. And so that is why you are attracted to this. On the other hand, they are disturbing, you see, the whole chemistry of the body instead of being of any help to you to solve the problems.
They are disturbing the chemistry.
They are disturbing the chemistry, and in this process it is throwing up all kinds of aberrations which you consider to be a sort of a spiritual experience. So your breathing exercises, your yoga exercises, your meditations are disturbing the chemistry of the body and the natural rhythm of the body. In exactly the same way, all these drugs which people take disturb the chemistry of the body. So you say that they are damaging, but actually these are far more damaging than those things. See, the drugs. I'm not suggesting that you should take drugs, but the purpose, you see, of your using the drugs or you see, use all these therapies, spiritual or psychological therapies, that all those therapies, religious and psychological therapies are dishing out day after day after day. And the fact that they give you some relief like anesthesia, you have a headache, you see, you don't even give the opportunity for the body to handle it for a little while. So you rush to the market and buy anesthesia or Bayes, aspirin or something, and you drug yourself. So in exactly the same way, it makes it difficult for the body to manufacture the natural things that are there in your body to help to relieve you of the pain. It has all the hallucinogens you are talking about as part of this system, because it wants, you see, to control the pain and to relieve itself of the pain. You understand? So it knows only the physical pain. It is not interested in your psychological pain at all. So the solutions they are offering is only in the area of the psychological field, but not in the physical. So if you take, you see, aspirin, for example, it destroys the capacity of this body to handle that in a natural way. I'm not suggesting that you should not take, you see, the natural way and switch over to use some, you see, funny health food stuff, or you see, microbiotic or otherwise. That is as vicious, as mischievous as any other medicine. So, yes, none of that.
What then is your clear advice if you have problems? One of your advices is don't create them.
No,
if you have,
you cannot but create the problems. The problem arises.
One of the things I understood is that
You are creating the problem. You are creating the problems, number one, you see. But actually you are not looking at the problems at all. You are not dealing with the problems. You are more interested in solutions than the problem. See, that makes it difficult for you to look at the problem. I am suggesting that, look here, you don't have any problem. You assert, with all the emphasis that you have come on, with a tremendous animation, look, I have a problem here. Alright, you have a problem. That problem you are talking about is something which you cannot pinpoint and say this is a problem. It's a physical pain, it is a reality. So, you go to a doctor, whether it is good for the body or not, whether it is a poison or not, it produces the required power shot. So these things, you see, the therapies that those people are dishing out, intensify the problem, which is non-existing. The problem is not there anymore. So you are only searching for the solution. So if there is anything to those solutions that they are offering, the problem should go. Actually, the problem is still there. You never question the solutions that those people are offering you as a relief or as something that can free you from the problem. So if you question the solutions that have been offered to us by all those people who are marketing these goodies in the name of holiness, enlightenment, transformation, are really not the solution. See, if they were the solutions, they should produce the results here and see in the world. They are not. You see, you don't question the solutions because the sentiment creeps in there. See, that fellow who is selling this in the marketplace cannot be a fraud, cannot be a thing. You take him, see, to be, you see, the enlightened man and a God walking on the streets of here, that God may be fooling and kidding himself, may be indulging in self-deception all the time, and then selling that stuff, you see, shoddy piece of bullshit. So you don't question the solutions. He cannot be dishonest. Every man cannot be dishonest. But yet you have to question the solutions because those solutions are not solving the problem. Why you don't question those solutions? Then put them to test. And test the validity of those solutions. And when once you find that they don't work, you have to throw them out. See, down the drain, out of the way. But you don't do it because of the hope that somehow, you see, those solutions will give you the relief. The instrument which you are using is the one that has created this problem. And so that instrument will never accept the possibility that those solutions are fake solutions. They are not the solutions at all. The hope keeps you going. So that makes it difficult for you to look at the problem. I don't know, see, if one solution fails, you go somewhere else and pick up another solution. If that solution fails, you go somewhere else and pick up another solution. So you are shopping around with all these solutions, but never once will you look at this problem and only that you are interested in solutions. And you come here and ask, you see, this in question, I want another solution. I say, those solutions have not helped you at all. Why do you want another solution? You see, it will be the same. You will add one more to your list of solutions. But you will end up in exactly the same way. If you find the uselessness of one, if you see one of them, you have seen them all. You don't have to try one of them. What I am suggesting is, if that is the solution, you should be free from the problem. If that is not the solution, if there is nothing that you can do about it, even then the problem is not. So you are not interested in solving the problem because that will put an end to you. So you want the problems to remain. You want the hunger to remain. See? Because if you are not hungry, you will not seek, you see, this food from all this holiness. What they are giving you is some scraps, you see,
some bits of food and you are satisfied. Even assuming for a moment that he can bit by bit, and thereby you are not dealing with the problem of hunger, but you are more interested in getting a bit more from that fellow who is promising you than dealing with your problem of hunger. Thereby you are not dealing with the problem of hunger, but you are more interested in getting a bit more from that fellow who is promising you than dealing with your problem of hunger. You never look at the problem. What is the problem? Anger, for example. I don't want to discuss all those silly things which these people have been discussing for centuries. Anger. Where is that anger? Can you separate the anger from the functioning of this body? As I said, you see, it's like a wave in the ocean. Can you separate the waves from the ocean? You can sit there, wait until the waves subside so that you can have a swim in the ocean. You know? So like the King Canute or somebody, we had to study that in the poem, King Canute in the side. That those waves in the ocean will disappear so that we could have a swim in a calm ocean. Not that will never happen. Alright, you sit there and learn all about, you see how these waves, the high tide and the low tide are caused in the ocean. The scientists give us all kinds of explanations. That is why they are. So the knowledge are about that. You see, the scientific way of explaining those tides, low or high, is not going to be of any help to you. So you are not really dealing with anger at all. See, where do you feel the anger? First of all, where do you feel all these so-called problems you want to be free from, the desires? The burning desire, the desire burns. You know, hunger burns. So the solutions you have or the means is very simple and mixed. See, to burn itself out in your system. Where do you feel? See, the feeling, where do you feel? The fear is you feel here at the pit of your stomach. It is part of the body. So the body cannot take those, you see, the high tides and low tides of this energy that is there in your body. So you were wanting to suppress it for some reason, for spiritual or for social reasons, is not going to succeed. Actually, you are not dealing with anger. Anger is energy. It's a tremendous outburst of energy. And by destroying that, through any means you are destroying the very expression of life itself. So it becomes a problem only when you try to do something with that. You understand? So when once it is absorbed by the system, you will not do the things that you think you will do if the anger is left alone. So you are actually not dealing with the anger, but the frustration. You understand? Or to avoid such a situation which has resulted in clumsiness in your relationships or in your understanding of yourself, that should not appear again. So in the future, you are interested in, but this time you have not succeeded in doing anything with the anger. So you want to be prepared to meet such situations as and when they arise in the future. So the instrument which you are using has been used by you so far, all these times. Every time there is an outburst of anger, you have used this, you have not succeeded in freeing yourself from the anger. So you don't have any extraordinary instrument. You won't come into possession of anything extraordinary other than this instrument which you have been using all these years. And at the same time, you hope that somehow this very thing will help you to be free from the anger tomorrow.
is the same code.
No, you give another example. Somebody is very angry. He or she becomes violent.
But violence is absorbed by the body.
And threatening
To whom?
to other people.
Yes, so what?
Running around with a knife.
Alright, so what?
Killing somebody else.
Yeah, why are you killing people, thousands of people, you see, for no fault
I'm
of...
in a room.
No, but you, why
Somebody is
you are limited into, you see, something which is natural there. Huh? But why you are not condemning is the nations that are dropping these cluster bombs on helpless people. Do you call them sane? Why are you condemning this particular thing? See, both of them have sprung from the same source. So long will you indulge in such atrocious things and justify them because that is the only way to protect your way of life. These two things go together. Why do you justify that? That is insane. For no fault of this, he is not hurting you. He is disturbing your way of life. There is a danger of that man taking away everything which you consider to be your precious thing. So this idea of stopping this man from acting when there is an outburst of anger is exactly the same. See, the religious man has found that, you see, he will be antisocial. You understand? An angry man will be an antisocial man. So as long as he practices virtues, so long he will remain an antisocial man. He will act out of anger. When that goal that the society has placed for yourself, when that same goal which you have accepted for yourself as an ideal goal to be practiced is finished for you, you will not, you see, harm anyone, either individually or collectively as a nation. So you have to deal with the anger. You are dealing with something totally unrelated with the anger. Not even once, you see, you let that anger burn itself out within the framework where it originates and functions. You know? And you see, hitting your neighbors and having some therapy of hitting your pillows, you see, hitting this, that and the other, is just to say a joke. You know, that does not free the man from the anger oneself. So
Hitting on a pillow. Hitting on a pillow, no.
That's what they do. One of the therapists, they have, because you can't hit, you see.
It doesn't help.
It appears again. You take it out on something pillow. See? Whether you take it out on the pillow or on somebody else, your neighbor or your husband or wife, as the case may be, he can take it in the name of love. That's a different matter. If you try it on your boss working in an office, you will have had it. You had it, no have, see. So you will be out of your job. So what do you do? That is the goal which you have placed for yourself. So you are not dealing with anger. You will never deal with this anger. As long as you are interested in finding out a way of not hitting the person who is coming with a knife. So you have to protect yourself. I am not for a moment saying what you have to do is protect yourself. Instead of that, you are using anger, as a shield, which is making it impossible for you to physically protect yourself. That is essential. I am not saying for a moment, your anger makes it impossible for you to deal with that situation. You will deal with another, take the chair and hit that fellow. So don't say that, it's non-violence, or you should not hurt somebody else. He is hurting you. You read in the Bible, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You never practice it. Of course they practice it. Not this. But in daily life, it is something challenging. So I don't see any problem at all. I don't see any problem. Nobody wants to look at the problem, see. For the simple reason he is more interested in solutions rather than what is the problem. So there is no point in discussing those hypothetical situations for the simple reason that a person who is hopping mad with anger, burning with anger, will not sit and discuss the question of anger. That is amazing. That's the time to deal with those things when you are really burning with anger, burning with desire, burning with all those things that you want to be free from. Otherwise, it becomes a classroom discussion. You see somebody talking on the anatomy of the anger, anatomy of how the anger arises, or the anatomy of love. It's too ridiculous. Or offer solutions which don't work when there is really a situation like that. That's the reason why I don't discuss all these things. No problem. There's no problem for me. When he's mad with anger, that's the time for him to deal with it. So where is the time for him to do it? You cannot do two things together. See? It stops the thinking. You think that man will act, in a thoughtless way. He will act in a thoughtless way because you are not dealing with the anger at that moment. But how not, or how to prevent the results of letting that anger stay. So it is that is responsible for beating, or doing something. But actually not when the anger is burning the whole of you. So, you are stuck again. You are yourself the problem. There is no way of separating yourself from the problem. That's what you are trying. You see, that is what I mean by saying that you are putting anger out there and trying to look and deal with it as if it's an object outside of you. It's something outside of you. So when you separate yourself, the only action is what you fear would happen. That is inevitable. So you have no way of controlling that at all. See, is there anything that you can do to prevent this separation from what you are? It's a horrible thing, you see, to realize that you are yourself anger, and whatever you do to stop that, prevent it, you see, or do something about it, is false. That will be tomorrow or in your next life, not now. So that is what you are. You are not a spiritual man or a religious man. You can imagine that you are a religious man because you are trying to control your anger, or trying to be free from anger, or trying to be less and less angry as the years go by. You see, all that makes you feel that, you see, you are not that vicious man, you see, whom you avoid. See, you are no different. You are not any more spiritual than, you see, the people whom you condemn. Tomorrow you are going to be a marvelous person. You will be free from anger. What do you want me to do in the meantime? Admire you because you have put on a label that you are a spiritual man, or that you have put on fancy robes. What do you want me to do? For that you want me to admire. There is nothing there to be admired because you are as vicious as anybody else in this world. If you condemn that, you see, condemning that has no meaning, or adopting a posture, you see, which is totally unrelated to what is happening there, has no meaning either. So how can you put on this, you see, posture, or adopt some kind of an attitude and feel superior to the animals are better, see, than the humans. There is an anger, it acts, and that is only for the purpose of survival. You understand? Only for survival. If you kill, you see, your fellow man for feeding yourself, that is a moral act. You know? Only for that purpose, because you look around, one form of life lives on another form of life. And if you talk of vegetarianism and kill millions of people, that is the most immoral, unpardonable act that a civilized culture human being can ever do. You see the absurdity of the two. You condemn this. You see, you love the animals. What for? Do you love the animals? What about the human beings there? You are murdering, massacring, simply because they are a threat to you. They are one day going to take away everything that you have. So in anticipation of those people coming and robbing everything you think have a right to, so you want to prevent the possibility by massacring them in the name of a belief, in the name of God knows what. That is what religions have done right from the beginning. So what is the point in reviving all those religions? What is the point in all those hordes of gurus coming into these countries, preaching something that does not operate in their lives or in the countries they come from? They can talk of oneness of life, unity of life all the time, but that doesn't operate there in their lives. What does it mean? So you condemn this simple thing, that is a necessity for your survival. That's a very moral action. You see, not to survive, not to feed yourself is an act of perversion. Suffering is the foundation on which the whole Christian religion is built. Don't forget that. So you suffer in the hope of getting a permanent seat there in heaven, non-existing heaven. You are going through hell now in the hope of reaching heaven after your death. What for? So suffer. All religions emphasize that, bear the pain. Endurance of pain is the means. You go through hell in the hope of having paradise at the end of your life, or the end of series of lives, if you want. I'm only just pointing out the absurdity of talking about these things. The religious things have really no meaning. When you are pushed into a corner, you will behave exactly like you see anybody else. So this culture, your values, religious or otherwise, haven't touched a bit there. If man is freed from this moral dilemma, which has been the basis of the whole thinking of man, then he will live, see, like a human being, not a spiritual man, not a religious man. Religious man is no good for this society. A kind man is a menace to the society, one who is practicing kindness as a fine art. Is a menace to the society because all this destruction has come out of that. One who talked of love, one who talked of love thy neighbor as thyself, one who talked of non-violence, you see. All the destructive forces originated in the thinking of that man. So we are all the inheritors of that culture. So we can't do anything but that. So you are freed from the burden of this. see, the falseness of the whole culture. That's all the time. Individually, you are freed from the totality of all the absurdities that have been imposed on us. That's all that I'm saying.
I can't really accept.
You can't accept.
I can't accept that there are persons.
Yes.
For instance, Jesus.
Yes.
Not Christianity, not the church.
Yes.
Who are real people.
Why did they put him on the cross and nail him there? He was a man.
People did.
What do you mean?
They made a god of man.
So why
I don't agree with that.
Not even an ordinary man, because he made statements out of which the whole dogmatic teaching of Christianity originated. Certainly, that applies to every teacher. I'm not condemning only Jesus. All teachers, Buddha, Muhammad, and Mahavir, all the teachers whom we consider to be the great religious teachers of mankind, leave alone those people who are doing holy business in the marketplace today. We are not concerned about this. So there is no use blaming them anyway. So we are here, you see. We are the inheritors of all that violent culture. So the culture is nothing but, you see, to teach man how to kill and to be killed. Whether it is in the name of religion, or in the name of political ideology, or in the name of patriotism, or anything. So it can't be any different. So that is why I said the whole thing is moving in the direction of total annihilation of man. We have set such things, have set in motion forces of destruction which no power can stop. No power, no God can stop it, because those gods themselves have set in motion these forces of destruction. You see that now happening, you see. So when the caveman used the jawbone of an ass to kill his neighbor, there were chances of survival for others. So the same caveman today, who lives there in the Kremlin and in the White House and in the Parliament House there in India, are the ones who will set in motion, who will let loose forces of destruction that will completely wipe out every form of life on this planet, and man will take with him every species that exists today on this planet. So it has come out of that thinking of man, who taught religion, who wanted to establish love on the face of this earth and see what he has made of it.
So if you say we can't stop it.
Can you stop it? You can't stop it. So the one thing that you can do is to break everything.
As humanity, we can stop it if we want to.
When?
If we want it.
Well, you don't want, obviously.
If we want it.
Obviously. Do you want?
Yes.
Then how do you go about it? How do you go about it? Tell me. Do you see the urgency of the whole situation? Or you see, after me the deluge, it may not happen. Some lunatic there might press the button. So we sit here comfortably, talk about, you see, these things.
I think there is a possibility.
What is the possibility?
To stop it.
What is the possibility?
To act.
How? When are you going to act? It is too late. When the whole thing, you see, the Holocaust is released, it will be too late. Before we realize, so why not, you see, you can join, you see, the anti-bomb, you see, which is ridiculous. You know?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, of course. Because you see, don't you want the police to protect your tiny little property? Huh? So the hydrogen bomb is an extension of the same. You can't say, this I want, that I don't want. You see, it is the extension of the same.
So we are helpless.
No, I'm not. What makes you think that it is possible for you to stop it? You can stop it in you. Free yourself from that social structure that is operating in you, without becoming anti-social, without becoming a reformer, without becoming anti this, anti that. Without, you can throw the whole thing out of your system and free yourself from the burden of this culture for yourself and by yourself. Whether it has any use for the society or not is not your concern. At least there's one individual who has walks free. You know, you don't have any more, you see, the choking feeling of what this horrible culture has done to you. It's neither east nor west, it's all the same. Human nature is exactly the same. There's no difference. So you are interested only in what to do. What to do. How can we, can you stop? Individually, there isn't a damn thing that you can collect. Say what? Another church, another Bible, another preacher.
What do you think about this?
The word can speak to I do agree that it's very theoretical. Just free yourself of the burden of culture.
Then,
I understand that practically it's very difficult.
you
You
see,
have almost nothing to do about it.
there's nothing, so, not a thing.
You are a product.
You have no freedom of action at all. No. When that is understood, what is there, you see, expresses itself. You know. The intelligence that is there can handle much more effectively than all the solutions that man has come out through his thinking. That's all that I'm saying. Which is the result of millions and millions and millions of years of the creative nature. You know, that's all. You see, the ideal that we have placed before us, the perfect man, is just, you see, a myth. You see, such a man doesn't exist at all. Like you're trying to become an ideal man, and what you are left with is misery, is suffering. To be that. One day, you see, the hope. So we die with that hope. As you are, exactly the way you are. Then you are not in conflict with the society. See, the demand that is pushing you in the direction of wanting to change yourself into something. That is what the culture has done, put it in you. You want to do something, boy, look here, watch your step. See, that is what they're doing. The second movement that comes, you see, that is the society. See, watch your step, it says. See, so that has put fear in you. So then at the same time it talks of freeing yourself from fear and courage and the whole thing. See, be a fearless man. That is only for the purpose of using you as a pawn in maintaining, you see, the status quo in society. That's all. That is why it is teaching courage, it is teaching fearlessness, so that it can use you to maintain the continuity of the society. So you are a part of it. So that's why you see every time we want to act, this is what is there is fear and the impossibility of acting. So this science, the society is not out there, the culture is not out there. Unless you are free from that, you cannot act.
And when you're free from it,
Then you see, you will not come here and ask me the question, what will be the action?
no,
There
I
is
don't
an
ask
action.
that.
There is an
Then
action
you-
already. There is an action. As far as you are concerned.
So you mean that the man is only entitled to act when he is free.
He is able to act because he is all the time thinking in terms of the freedom to act. You see, how can I be free to act? That's all you are concerned about, the freedom, but you are not acting. The freedom, the demand for freedom to act is preventing the action, which is neither social nor antisocial. I'm sorry.
So you're free to accept yourself and your situation.
That's all, that you are not in conflict with the society anymore. That's the reality of the world. Whether you will be of any use to the society or not, you will not be any use to the society. On the other hand, if you become a threat to the society will liquidate you. Because it is disturbing, you see, all the movements in the direction of you. It is that created this problem. You want to do two things at the same time. You want to bring about a change in you. The change is the demand of the society so that you can become a part of that and maintain the continuity of the social structure without any change. And the second thing is you want change. See, this is the conflict. When the demand for bringing up any change in you ceases, then the concern to change the world around you also comes to an end. It's so factor. Both of them are finished. Otherwise your actions will be a danger to the society. They will liquidate you. That's for sure. So you are ready, to be liquidated by the social structures. That is the courage. Not to die in the battlefields, to fight for your flags. Flag symbolizes what? What does flag symbolize? You wave your flag here, they wave their flag, and yet both of them talk of peace. How absurd the whole situation. And yet you talk of peace. See, you owe allegiance to your flag, and they owe their allegiance to their flag. And you at the same time talk of peace in this world. How can there be any peace in this world when you are waving your flag here, they are waving their flag? Whoever has better weapons will have the day for himself. With my flag here, your flag there, these peace marches will become, or you create another flag, you see, with this, the anti-bomb groups. Or sit around this. I don't have to tell you. Are you ready to do away with the police now? Individually. You want to protect yourself, your life, number one. I'm not saying whether you should or should not. Or your little property you have. So you need the help of a policeman to protect. So you draw a line and say, this is my nation. So you see, you want to protect your nation. The frontiers are expanding. And when you cannot do it, you see, you will have to expand your means of destruction also to protect yourself. When you say it is defensive, certainly it is defensive. So that is only an extension of this. You can't talk against that as long as you want this policeman to protect your things. You can sit around there, take marches, sit around, those nuclear, what do they call them? Nuclear reactors, and you sit sing peace songs and play guitars and make love there. Make love but not war. Don't listen to all that crap. Making love and making war spring from the same source. I'm not suggesting that you should not. But that becomes a sham mockery in these people. That's enough.
So what is then this relation between ourselves and the world we live in? Absolutely nothing except that the world you experience is the one that is created by you. That you are living in a world of your own. You have created a world of your own experiences and try to project it on the world. So you have no way of experiencing the reality of the world at all. You and I use the same word to describe that is a video camera. What you are holding as, you see, a pen or a pencil as the case may be. So we have to accept all these things as valid because they are workable, you see. They make us function in this world to communicate only on that level, you see, intelligently.
It's only for the animals, not for the humans. The human